Good morning. We're going to get started with an invocation from Pastor Oscar Ortiz of Victory Church, and that will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Destiny Douglas, representing Girl Scouts Troop 299. Please stand.
Let us pray. Father, we come before you with humble hearts, and we thank you first for the life that you have given us today. We pray, as you encourage us to do for our leaders who lead this city, we pray and thank you that you give us the opportunity today to be led by you and to be led with conviction, with character, and with humility. So we dedicate this day to you, and may your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. In the name of Jesus we pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all.
Well, thank you, Pastor Ortiz and Destiny. Great job. I call this meeting of the City Council to order. And we have a few ceremonial items from Office of the Mayor, and I will make my way to the front to make those presentations.
Good job.
Thank you, Greg. All right, let's start with Lena Walker. Yes! Lena has a fan club today, and we are excited that they are here. We'll have her introduce them in a moment. But Mrs. Walker is our Teacher of the Month for October 2021, and we would like to learn a little bit more about you, and so I would ask the clerk to read this resolution.
Whereas Lena Walker has been named Teacher of the Month for October 2021 by the Foundation for Oklahoma City Public Schools and Rotary Club of Oklahoma City. And whereas Lena has been a math teacher at KIPP OKC College Prep, teaching algebra and pre-algebra to 8th and 7th graders for the past 16 years and has been a teacher for 31 years. And whereas Lena's recognition for her teaching skills working with some of Oklahoma City's most challenged students include twice being voted KIPP Reach Teacher of the Year and joining a select group of teachers to receive the Harriet Ball Excellence in Teaching Award, the highest honor a teacher in the KIPP Charter School national network of 200 plus schools can achieve for their work in the classroom. And whereas Lena's teaching style is based on kinesthetic learning, where students engage in the learning process through the use of movement, testing, trial and error, and non-traditional learning environment to help them retain and recall information. This teaching style has allowed her students to consistently score in the top percentile of the NWEA MAP Growth Assessment. And whereas Lena is active in her community and her church, she serves as a children's Sunday school teacher and Vacation Bible School coordinator, and her personal pride is being a 200-plus blood platelet donor with the Oklahoma Blood Institute. And whereas Lena has remained in the classroom, even though she has been recruited and asked to leave the classroom for leadership roles. Lena stays because her passion is in the classroom, and seeing the growth of her students is the best reward or gift a person can receive. Now therefore be it resolved by the Mayor and Council of the City of Oklahoma City that they do hereby recognize and commend Lena Walker on her selection as October 2021 Teacher of the Month by the Foundation for Oklahoma City Public Schools and Rotary Club of Oklahoma City.
Yeah, here for Ms. Walker. So why don't we adopt this real quick? Let's get a motion and a second. to adopt this resolution. We have that. Now cast your votes. I would like to vote aye. Would you like to vote aye? I would love to vote. Okay. All right, passes unanimously. Well, we loved learning more about you. KIPP is an amazing institution in our city, has done so much over the last 20 years or so, and obviously you have done quite a bit over the last 31 years for the kids of Oklahoma City, and we are so grateful. We would love to hear a few words from you and maybe a quick introduction as well of who we've got here with you today.
Okay. Well, I am so happy to have my scholars accompany me on today. KIPP scholars, would you please stand? Thank you. This year has been very challenging with the changes, but with the support of our families and the community, I've been able to make a difference in scholars' lives and to let them know that through hard work and understanding that I am there for them, that they can achieve anything that they do desire, not only today, but to prepare them for their tomorrows. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mayor.
Yes,
May.
please, Councilwoman Nice.
This is very special to me because I have been part of her 31 years of teaching. She was my pre-algebra and geometry teacher at Northeast High School. So this is amazing, and I'm so honored to see you receive this award. Thank you for all that you do.
Do you have any stories you can tell us about Nikki?
And by the way, we have Mama here, right?
My mother is accompanying me today. Please stand up.
Oh.
My administrator and friend, Ms. Melissa O'Keefe. And our board chairman, Mr. Gary Smith.
Well, thank you so very much for your service. Thank you for what you do for our kids. Thank you for teaching up Councilwoman Nice. We really appreciate that. All right, thank you so much. Let's hear it one more time. Okay, Anastasia Fry. Anastasia is an employee in animal welfare and is our Employee of the Month, and we would love to learn a little bit more about you, so I would ask the clerk to read this resolution.
Whereas Anastasia Fry has been a city employee for 4 years and is an Animal Welfare Officer 3 in the Development Services Department. And whereas Anastasia Fry is a valuable employee who always goes out of her way to assist coworkers, Oklahoma City residents, and animals. And whereas Anastasia Fry is one of 2 cruelty investigators and is responsible for responding to and investigating animal cruelty complaints. And whereas Anastasia Fry responded to a call for a sick stray animal and noticed someone lying face down on a bag of leaves on the side of the road. And whereas Anastasia Fry stopped to provide aid to the gentleman by helping him stand up and with the assistance from another resident, took him to the safety of his house. And whereas Anastasia Fry is considered a lifesaver by the gentleman who she stopped to help. And whereas this council desires to recognize Anastasia Fry for her dedication, professionalism, and commitment to the residents of the city of Oklahoma City. Now therefore be it resolved by the mayor and council of the city of Oklahoma City that they do hereby thank and commend Anastasia Fry, October 2021, South Oklahoma City Kiwanis Club Employee of the Month.
Wow, yeah, let's hear it. You do great work every day helping our 4-legged residents, but on this day you helped one of our 2-legged residents, and that's awesome. So thank you so very much for your service every day and for this special day where you went above and beyond. We would like to pass this resolution and then hear a few words from you, so let's go ahead and see if we can get a motion and a second for this. We've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. I would like to vote aye. Are you in? Okay. Passes unanimously. All right, Anastasia, now we would love to hear a few words from you.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate this honor. I would just like to take the time to say, any time that you get an opportunity to help the elderly or the animals or children, always take that opportunity. It is very rewarding to yourself as well.
Well said. Thank you, Anastasia, for your service to the people of Oklahoma City. You're part of the best city employee group that in the whole country, and we're very grateful. And this is yours to keep, and let's hear it one more time for Anastasia. And finally, it is time to proclaim Domestic Violence Awareness Month. And I know we have a bunch of folks who work in that field and help the residents of Oklahoma City every day, and we'd like to welcome all of them up here. All right, clerk, if you would not, Amy, if you would not mind reading this proclamation declaring Domestic Violence Awareness Month.
Whereas in 2020, over 38,000 people in Oklahoma City called 911 for help regarding domestic violence. And whereas 78% of children who grow up in homes with domestic violence will continue the cycle of violence unless there is intervention. And whereas the impact of domestic violence is significant and wide-ranging, directly affecting survivors and their children, and Oklahoma City as a whole, impacting public safety, public health, economy, education, neighborhoods, and our city's overall quality of life. And whereas fleeing domestic violence has caused women and children to be the fastest growing homeless population, and the need for safe housing is rated as survivors' most urgent need. And whereas the City of Oklahoma City joins with other communities across Oklahoma and the nation in supporting victims of domestic violence, and we also join local programs, state coalitions, and other agencies nationwide which are committed to increasing public awareness and sending a clear message that domestic violence is not tolerated in Oklahoma City. And whereas the City of Oklahoma City Police Department, and Palomar, which convenes 38 partner agencies, employs diverse professionals such as therapists, advocates, attorneys, law enforcement, chaplains, educators, child welfare workers, universities, nonprofits, and other service agencies in a powerful and transformative local partnership. And whereas the voters of Oklahoma City made a $38 million commitment in 2019 to support Palomar's efforts to combat domestic violence through passage of MAPS 4. And whereas many nonprofit organizations in Oklahoma City work on this critical issue every day, including the YWCA. And whereas domestic violence impacts millions of people each year, but preventative solutions are within reach. Preventing domestic violence requires the collective voice and power of individuals, families, institutions, and systems, adding valuable and powerful components to transforming our communities. Now, therefore, I, David Holt, Mayor of the City of Oklahoma City, do hereby proclaim the month of October 2021 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month in Oklahoma City in recognition of this important work done by survivors and the brave professionals who stand united against hate and oppression. And I urge all citizens to take an active role in supporting the agencies who work towards the elimination of intimate partner violence.
Well, we are joined up here by people who work in a very difficult field every day, but domestic violence affects a lot more people every day in Oklahoma City than we would like to think, and we need to talk about that, and that's what Domestic Violence Awareness Month is all about. And to joining us here is Kim Garrett from Palomar. Are you officially Chief Visionary Officer now? Is that right? Yes, that is your title. Good title. I love that title. And we would love to hear a few words from you and maybe a quick introduction of who you're joined by today.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. We appreciate your continued support, not only this month, but throughout the years. It's a really important topic that impacts our community significantly. And we know that 1 in 6 homes in Oklahoma City are impacted by domestic violence. And so I'm so honored to work with these amazing professionals every day who work in the trenches to help alleviate these barriers for families. This is Andon Bull, my COO, Jan Perry, CEO of YWCA, Chief Gorley, and many people are surprised to know that actually Palomar was founded from the police department. It's a really amazing gift to our community that was founded from the police department, and Hyra and some of her staff from La Luz. So while we know the numbers may seem very daunting at times, solutions exist. And so thank you for investing in families that are hurting and kids that are hurting, because there is a brighter day.
Thank you. Yes, let's hear it. Let's show our appreciation. Anyone who was here during the summer of 2019 and witnessed the MAPS 4 presentations will long remember yours. It was very impactful. It set off the whole enterprise on a good foot, and it reminded us of the power that we can do, that we can make as a community when we work collectively, and hopefully MAPS 4 will make a difference on this issue. But in the meantime, please spread awareness about this issue in the community this month. Thank you all for what you do every single day of the year, and this is yours to keep. And we can make more copies too if you need it. All right, let's hear it one more time for our domestic violence survivors. All right, we also have 4 other items on the Office of the Mayor agenda. One is the notification for Councilman Stonecipher to serve as Vice Mayor starting tomorrow. And then we also have appointments to Historic Preservation, Riverfront Design, and Traffic Commission. I believe we could probably take items C through F with one motion. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, now we're at item 4, items from council. We have item A. This was deferred from September 28th. This is a resolution stating council's intent to uphold the constitutional oath of office taken by each council member. This is authored by council members Carter and Young. Councilman Carter, do you wish to proceed?
Just in light of a lot of the things that are going on around our nation as well as our state and city, we wanted to kind of reaffirm a few things, but at the same time, remind ourselves of our focus here at the city with the separation of powers is to focus on city business at hand. And so we just kind of put this together also in support of what our state had done earlier in the year, and to show our support for what they had moved forward and they had approved. So if there's no comments, then I'll just move for approval.
Actually, I was curious if I could make a motion to make amendment.
Sure, yeah, of course.
Okay, well, I have introduced some extra language that I thought maybe made this more pertinent to city business, and I was curious if the clerk could maybe read those amendments that I gave her earlier.
Whereas in August 2020, the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals published a decision that Oklahoma City Ordinance 25,777 prohibited standing, sitting, or remaining for most purposes on certain medians, violated the First Amendment of the Constitution. Whereas in March 2021, the Supreme Court upheld the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals decision that Ordinance 25,777 prohibited standing, sitting, or remaining for most purposes on certain medians, violated the First Amendment of the Constitution by not accepting the case for review. Be it further resolved by the City Council of Oklahoma City that City Council accepts and concurs with the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals decision to declare Ordinance 25,777 prohibited standing, sitting, or remaining for most purposes on certain medians, violated the First Amendment of the Constitution.
Thank you. Yeah, I just felt like, if we're going to affirm our the oath of office that we already took to the Constitution, that would make sense to introduce some language that really did bring this home to city business. So I'd like to make a motion to introduce those amendments to this resolution.
Okay. All right. Got a motion? Is there?
Mayor, but
Yeah.
before we
Sure,
before we
please.
move on that, if I could just say a couple of things real quick. And I think this is a perfect opportunity for this to come about. You know, in the past, we've tried to limit our resolutions. Oftentimes, I mean, as we all know, resolutions, they carry no power, no authority. We use them to commend people usually, but they carry absolutely no power or authority. In regards to this one on the Constitution, I've sworn twice on the Bible to uphold our city charter, the state constitution, and our nation's constitution. Before that, when I was in the military, I swore to defend the Constitution. Frankly, I find this a little demeaning when I've taken these oaths, and I take them very, very seriously, that we would somehow produce a resolution that is meaningless and doesn't tie into city business at all. And I feel like it's a huge time waster for us. Now we have another amendment that's tied to this resolution. I have problems with that amendment only because when I look at a Texas turnaround and I'm heading towards somebody at 40 miles an hour, it always scares me to death that if it's a semi coming through there with brake issues, someone's going to die. And that's it, Texas turnarounds bother the heck out of me. But while we're talking about time wasting, you know, used to on our city council meetings, we would be done by 11 o'clock. That was pretty easy all the time. If it went past 11 o'clock, then we had some kind of major debate that was often warranted, and it would take that extra time. So we've gone from that to where now we're doing resolution after resolution that, frankly, neither one of these fix any of my streets in Ward 4. Neither one of these improve our water supply, improve our sewer, improve our trash pickup, the city business that we were all elected to take care of. Our council meetings now have become, I don't know of a better term to say than grandstanding, where all of a sudden we're all trying to pick out things that pertain only to our ward to talk about, and it's things that we really don't need to talk about. We're doing this and we're moving the council meeting out till now. If we finish before 2, we're lucky, okay? And it's not just my time, it's not just our time. A lot of people don't know it, but we've got about 40 staff folks that sit behind us back here, just in case we have a question on something, they can come up and answer our question. We've taken them from a half day now to 3/4 of a day. The people that are sitting out here waiting for their voices to be heard, right? We've taken them from, I can show up at City Hall and get this done before noon, to I can show up at City Hall and hopefully at some point we get out of here in the middle of the afternoon, maybe. I think we really need to watch our P's and Q's and figure out how we can make these meetings more efficient, not just for us, not just for staff, but for the people waiting to be heard as well. And I think these types of resolutions, again, they don't pertain to city business. I'm all for the Constitution. I've sworn on it 3 times now. A resolution doesn't sway me one way or another. And so with that, I would just make the move that we table item A.
Okay, well, right now we've got a motion on the table for an amendment to item A, and we probably
Can
need
we
to
do the
dispose of
amendment
that.
before the table?
No, actually, the motion, since you gave him the floor, the motion to table takes precedence.
And this is, okay, including the motion, he's tabling the item.
But he needs a second.
Okay, all right. I'm told that the motion to table takes precedent over the motion to amend, which is
I
helpful
will
information.
second that motion to table and just ask, so does that mean we can also strike this item at some point?
So
It won't come back unless you
Reintroduce it?
it's
take it
the
off the table.
functional equivalent of striking it, really.
Yes, it is.
Okay, I'll second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to table item 4A. Is this a debatable motion, Kenny?
No.
Okay, all right, then we're going to cast a vote. Cast your votes. So an aye vote, a yay vote, tables item 4A indefinitely. That motion passes 5-4. All right, we're now on item 5, city manager reports. We've got items A and B here.
Thank you, Mayor. We have Zach Craig here with the Convention and Visitors Bureau, and Zach's going to give us an update on the annual report from FY21, and then also introduce some guests to talk about an event that we have upcoming.
Good morning. Thank you, City Manager. Thank you, Mayor Holt. Thank you, Council. I'm here today to officially submit our annual report for fiscal 21, which you'll see in front of you in the packet. In a lot of ways, just to be candid, I'm actually grateful to submit this. As you know, fiscal 21 was tumultuous for the hospitality sector. And although it was tumultuous, our city really did quite well as it relates and compares to other peer cities. So I'm really thankful for our hospitality community collectively. I'm thankful for our Convention and Visitors Bureau staff for a job well done. And I'm thankful for this leadership entity amongst other leadership entities with the city. One in particular, really thankful for Phil Maytubby and his staff for his guidance to bring back events in fiscal year 21 and do that safely and do that successfully. So with that, I present to you fiscal year 21. I also, since we're in the second quarter already of fiscal year 22, just want to reference a few things that I'm really excited about. Number one, the first quarter, the 3 first months consecutively, hotel motel tax receipts have actually superseded the same time period from back to 2019. So you can see the resiliency of the hospitality community as we fight back and we forge ahead. Number two, wanted to make note with the new opening of First Americans Museum, really grateful for our communications team. We actually have been hosting and pitching top publications to come to Oklahoma City with the opening of FAM to put a spotlight on us. And those publications are from the likes of Condé Nast Travel, Smithsonian Magazine, Forbes Travel, to name a few. So really grateful about those initiatives. Something else I want to mention, really not on the marketing front, but it's near and dear to me, is we've started some new partnerships to really mitigate and sustain our labor force. So specifically right now, we've begun to work with Work Ready Oklahoma and really focused on mitigating our short-term needs, but also focus longer term on sustainability to make sure that people that are interested in hospitality, they can not only do that, but they can do it right here in Oklahoma City. And so I'm excited about those efforts as we move into the year. And then finally, wanted to mention that one of the things that we're focused on, and really the final filter before we maximize and utilize resources, is that we're focused on our primary customer. And in my opinion, our primary customer are residents. And so as we deploy resources and we think about what's next and how we extend our reach in Oklahoma City, we have such a diverse community, so many wonderful hidden gem neighborhoods, and really excited about continuing the efforts to work with them to make an impact for greater Oklahoma City. So with that, I'll pause, and certainly if there's any questions, especially with fiscal 21, I'll be more than happy to answer those.
I just wanted to say real quickly, Zach spoke with me to the South Oklahoma City Chamber of Commerce last week and really appreciated your talk. I've had so many chamber members reach out to me and say how much they appreciated all the information you shared. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
And also to that point, I was at a meeting Friday with the Bricktown property owners, and there was a lot of great information given that even I was not aware of happening in Bricktown for our city and our residents and our visitors that are coming in. So I really appreciate you for sharing that and being present as well.
Thank you, Councilwoman. if there's no other questions, I actually I've got another call of duty this morning, and that's to introduce our next guest. Delighted to share with you, we actually have clients in-house that have been touring our destination. They're actually here because they're kicking off an inaugural event. It's a sporting event at our brand new convention center the last weekend of February of 2022. Before I introduce them, I want to make a few comments that I think are pertinent just as it relates to the power of sports travel. You know, nationally, sports travel represented 180 million travelers in the year 2019. Those 180 million actually directly impacted and supported 740,000 jobs and actually generated $15 billion of economic impact nationwide. Locally, when we bring it to Oklahoma City, the numbers are 70 million in direct spend from sports travel, supporting over 20,000 jobs, and almost delivering $4 million of local taxes to our metro area. So although those numbers seem great, and they are, we think there's an opportunity to continue that positive trajectory right here in Oklahoma City. And one way we're going to do it is continue to partner with groups such as United Futsal and U.S. Youth Soccer. So with that, I want to introduce our guest. We have Rob Andrews, President of United Futsal. We have Miss Casey Cody, General Manager of United Futsal. And we have Mr. Tom Condon. He's the Director of Sport and Member Development for U.S. Youth Soccer. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Zach. Well, first off, we are thrilled to be here. And I can tell you, after kind of going around the country and around the world with our side, there is no more welcoming city than Oklahoma City. I mean that across every different sector, from the players who participate here to the people who are coaching those players to the Convention Visitors Bureau. You also, I can tell you with certainty, no one works harder to get events to Oklahoma City than this Convention Visitors Bureau, than any other city that we've been to. This event was, the other finalists were Orlando, Disney, Las Vegas, Frisco, and Oklahoma City has won the bid initially. What Oklahoma City did next, which is really important for you guys to understand, has put things in place to where after this weekend, I speak for myself, I don't want to speak for you guys, I really would prefer not to leave after it's done. So assuming a successful event in February, plans are already in place to see if we can continue this for years to come, similar to what you do with NCAA softball, where this becomes kind of the home. So I just want to thank whoever needs that thanks, but this seems to be 4 or 5 years previous of movement that has led to what you have that makes this such a special weekend for us. So
explain to people listening and the people here that may not be familiar with futsal what it is, how it's different than soccer, how it's played indoors on a hard surface, smaller ball, etc. But most importantly, explain how this has become a phenomenal sport in the United States, and that it is expanding into our inner cities and creating soccer opportunities for a lot of kids.
Absolutely. Is it okay if I take my mask off?
Sure.
Make it easy. So, yeah, so the idea of futsal as a sport is 5-a-side. Are we able to, can I control this? I have a good slide here, hopefully. If you can put the next slide here.
I just happen to have a presentation.
Here it is right there.
That'll work.
Okay. So if you take soccer, basketball, and hockey, and you put it in a blender, that's futsal. But not a blender, like a Vitamix. I'm talking really every good thing that you like about those other sports, everything positive that makes them work. This is what futsal is.
I'm sorry. I know it's tempting to address the room.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
We can't hear you and the TV can't see you.
Sorry about that.
No worries.
So the sport is played, it's 5-on-5, four players and a goalkeeper. It's played on a hard, smooth surface. It's fast-paced and high energy, and there's every 10 seconds there's a shot on goal. What does that mean? What that means is when you're in a soccer field, while I love soccer, I played soccer, collegiate level and coached professionally, but there are many games that I got on the field, I saw the ball for 2 minutes out of 80. And so when we have 22 players out there running around, it's possible that your player, your son, your daughter are not going to end up actually getting the ball at all. So when you're thinking of participation sports, we're trying to get maximum participation. Futsal, by having the same elements of basketball of less players, we're able to get them on. The difference between basketball and futsal, we're actually allowed to make substitutions on the fly, which means that players are able to sub a player out without having to stop the game. What does that lead to? In grassroots settings, coaches aren't really required. The rules allow for the kids to control their own play. I was out at Together Square the other day, and we saw kids just walk out on this field, and they just started playing. There wasn't a parent or a coach around, and that's what futsal is. So we are really excited to bring the national championship, which is the highest level, to a city that we can juxtapose 25 Fields and Futures courts that have been built for grassroots, all of those things together beside the national championship. We don't want this to just be an elite sport. We want that connection. So this is our goal. So if you can go to the next slide, I can kind of explain a little bit more. We talked about the more participation. The easy to learn part is very important. There are very few rules to it. And it's very fun for people who even don't know what they're watching to come. Supporters, people that come from the outside are able to see it. Also, don't take our word for it. U.S. Soccer has a national team. We just played in the World Cup. I would say there may be 2 or 3 soccer superstars who don't credit futsal for their development. Everybody else that you've heard, from Pele in the past to Messi, Ronaldo in the future or in the present, and even our own U.S. superstar, Christian Pulisic, credit futsal for their development. And now all FIFA's 209 member associations have a futsal component that they're doing. So U.S. Soccer is now making a motion for this, and you're holding the national championship for the largest organization of youth soccer in the country. I'm going to focus on this event specifically. Who's United Futsal? We're a group that organizes high-level futsal tournaments in the world. We hold one in Barcelona called the World Futsal Cup. We hold one in Disney called the World Futsal Championships. We've served over 100,000 players, coaches, and referees and supporters since 2012. FC Barcelona, Corinthians, Santos from Brazil, Benfica from Portugal, these type of clubs all attend our events. US Youth Soccer is the largest youth soccer organization in the world. It has 54 state associations, has 3 million players that register annually, and a competition pathway for all ability levels. So let's get to the good part. What is in it for OKC? February 25th to 27th is when this event will take place. Again, this is the first year of the event, so this will be a hybrid event. There's only 6 or 8 states that currently have futsal in a formal setting, which means a state championship that qualifies here. So there will be open applications, which gives any team, including Oklahoma City teams who have not qualified, the opportunity to play in a national championship. In the first year alone, we expect 128 teams to attend. The convention center that you have has the potential to hold over 500 futsal teams in the future. And what I talked about, the potential to stay, we didn't realize, no camera can really do it justice when you get there, how massive this thing is and how functional it is. The spaces that you can have concurrent things going on at the same time as the event are going to be very functional for us to hold something that would have that type of, that quantity of teams. So for the first year, we anticipate 4,000 attendees over the 3 days. 90% of those attendees should be outside of Oklahoma City, we anticipate. A 3-night hotel stay will be for all out-of-town guests. 3,000 plus hotel nights should be generated. This is almost going to be a replica of the event that we just did in Oklahoma City, in Orlando this summer. And so we submitted our hotel, everything that we did there. It should be a very similar event. The social impact is as important for me as the economic impact. I'm sure economic impact is very important, but the work that's been done, the groundwork that's been laid, Oklahoma City has things that no other city, including New York, LA, they don't have what you guys have as far as infrastructure for futsal. So all the recipe, all the ingredients are there for us to then bring resources to Oklahoma City. So what are we leaving behind when we come? A futsal coaching symposium. This is not just for advanced coaches. This is for anybody who wants to learn how to be a futsal coach. We have a course called Futsal 101 that's online. We'll be giving out coupons for free to every Oklahoma City resident who wants to become a coach in futsal. Referee certification, so that in the future we don't have to bring in referees from all over the world. We can bring in some of those to be directors, and we can also have Oklahoma City residents become those. And then there is a free player clinic that will be open to OKC residents ages 5 to 19 that would take place in conjunction with the event. So those are 3 areas that we think we can expose over 1,000 Oklahoma City residents to futsal at no cost. This is the Futsal 101 that we call it, that we have a diploma. We'll have a coupon for 100% free. It's an online quick thing where they can learn futsal very quickly. So the last thing to go through is why did we choose Oklahoma City? Why did you beat out Las Vegas, Disney? So you're centrally located, that's crucial. So that really eliminates having to move it back and forth. We wouldn't need to leave and go, okay, let's give the East people or the West people. Everybody pretty much is okay with a central hub. As long as it has a good airport that you're able to get in. We had no problems, and really everybody's been raving about the ease of getting to the hotel. You have 200,000 square foot facilities within miles of each other, which allows us to scale this event without needing to find uncomfortable ways to do it. You have convenient quality hotels that service the out-of-town groups. We're staying in the Omni. It was fantastic. We did walkthroughs of others, and we think our groups are going to be very comfortable to be here. You have Bricktown, which is, for me, a family-friendly, easy-to-navigate opportunity for players and their families when they're not playing the games. We have to think about that. What are they going to do? They can walk to everything that they would like to do, which is amazing. The Fields and Futures project I addressed earlier is a living example for people from other cities to see how futsal can be used to spark change in schools and in the community. For those who are not familiar with Fields and Futures, this is one of the most incredible things that your city has. It is an example that we take to other cities and teach them. So it is a true gem that you have, and we want to help to build that and do whatever we can to continue to promote the growth of that program. Your ability to host NCAA softball tournament at such a high level for years and years is something that allows us to have confidence that a major event can be hosted here. And again, you have a world-class CVB, and they work tirelessly to make sure every single need is met. Only con so far, no MLS team yet, but I heard that you guys are working on that, so hopefully that will be soon. So the last part that I would like to present is what happens next from this. As we talked about, United Futsal has more events that we do that are not in partnership with the US Youth Soccer. We have what is called the Showcase Series, which is a series of regional events that all qualify for our World Championships at Disney. We're already looking at dates that we would be able to host other events here. US Youth Soccer is going to have a futsal pathway that's built out, the state championship, a regional championship. Those events could be added. But we're not alone. We're a very tight-knit sports community. And when we do something in a place, we get calls from other people. Where have you been? What have you been doing? How was your experience at that place? So a big successful event in February does not mean just more futsal. It means high-level basketball. It means national-level volleyball. It means national-level pickleball, just to name a few. Any indoor sports governing body, we're going to be related to them, and they're going to be wanting to know and watching what we do. And last, I'll introduce Tom Condone from US Youth Soccer to talk about, on the outdoor side, if a facility was to be built that was something similar, comparable, what this could lead to from their organization.
Thank you, Rob. Thank you, Oklahoma City, for allowing me to spend a couple of days with you. It's been a fantastic experience thus far. As Rob said, I work for US Youth Soccer as a director of sport development. And we are the largest youth sports organization in America with 3 million players registered annually. We have 54 state associations. We have more than 50 because we have some states that are large that are broken up into 2. So we have 54 state associations that govern the sport of soccer that are under the auspice of US Youth Soccer. And what really resonated with me the past couple of days is our vision at US Youth is to bring communities together through the power of sport, creating lifelong fans of the game. And what I saw the past couple of days in terms of grassroots development, building the base of the pyramid with the Fields and Futures Project, what you all are doing is providing, managing sustainable programs for long-term growth. And for me, what I love about that is you're using sport to execute those programs. We're getting physical fitness for the kids. Social interaction goes up. Self-esteem increases when we use sports as a vehicle. And then most importantly, their academics rise. So I love the fact that you're building futsal courts and basketball courts and really having sport really to help those kids in their endeavor. When you look at the impact from grassroots development, building the base of the pyramid, having that sense of inclusion, we now go to what Rob's talking about, which is kind of our elite level play. Now, I should say at US Youth Soccer, 90% of our membership is grassroots. It's that recreational player. It's more or less player participation. But for that smaller percentage of that player that wants to go beyond player participation, more or less a high performance, if you will, we have something called National League and our National Championship Series. And just some rough numbers, when you look at our National League across the country, as well as our National Championship Series, which has two different levels, Division I and Division II essentially, with elite level and President's Cup play, we have over 25,000 players participating. We schedule over 20,000 games, and we have thousands of teams that come across vying for the opportunity to win a national championship. And Oklahoma is no stranger to hosting regionals and nationals. I believe Edmond was the host at one point a few years back, and I think Tulsa hosted nationals. And what I see here is the ability for US Youth to bring this national championship, this President's Cup, to Oklahoma City, especially with what you are looking to build. It's truly fascinating. So not only can we bring futsal, and as my best friend said, who is a former college basketball player, Southern boy, I'm living in Alabama, live next door to him, I've known him for years. He said, I love futsal. It's 5v5 with your feet as opposed with your hands. He said basketball and futsal are very similar. But I think we can bring the outdoor component as well. So very, really excited. And then just one last comment. I've had a wonderful time staying at the Omni, touring the Convention Bureau, which they've been fantastic hosts. It was a beautiful day yesterday morning. And I've, like all of you here, traveled the nation, and I've seen lots of great cities, but I have to be honest with you. Walking outside of the Omni, again, great day. I look in front of me, we have the Thunder Arena. I look to the right, we have Bricktown with the minor league baseball stadium. I look over more to the right with that potential proposal for a USL stadium for your soccer team. I see all the wonderful green space that is in the city limits. Everything that you're building on the outside in regards to your children and using sport, again, as a vehicle to get them to rise. I don't know if I've seen a city do as much or have as much that's almost walkability. So really have enjoyed my stay. Thank you for everything that you do, and I can certainly answer any questions. But again, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you all. I really appreciate it. Appreciate you all being here. And Zach, appreciate the work of the CVB to help coordinate this. Tim McLaughlin and Fields and Futures working with them. And this is just an example of one of the events that we'll have coming into Oklahoma City that helps bring a lot of people into the city and helps promote our city going forward. So thank you all very much.
You know, the one thing I'd say about Rob's letter, and Tim McLaughlin was kind enough to send me it back in July. He stated in the subject matter, Oklahoma City versus the world hosting this event. And I never would have thought of it as us hosting an event against the world. We're looking at locations that are competing for something that we got here in Oklahoma City. And I think the great thing about Rob's email, how he emphasizes we're centrally located. We have two 200,000 square foot facilities. We've successfully over the years been able to navigate the NCAA softball tournament. These are all great reasons why we invested in our future. and here is our future. And so we are excited that you all are here today. Rob, Tom, and is it Casey? Thanks for coming to Oklahoma City, and anything we can do to help, please let us know, because you are our future.
Yeah, thank you so much.
So that's all the items that I have on city manager reports. Claims and payroll is on also, but no further presentations.
Okay. All right, well, now we have item 6, Journal of Council Proceedings. We have items A and B we could take with one motion. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 7, request for uncontested continuances. On the agenda is listed the striking of item 11N and 11R. What else do you have, Mr. City Manager?
Beginning on page 5, item 9J, it's PUD 1828. The applicant has requested that we strike this item. And then on page 16, item 11AQ1, unsecured structures. The following items will all be stricken from the agenda. Item M, 1532, Southwest 27th, the owner is secured. Item N, 3414, Southwest 29th Place, the owner is secured. Item P, 700, Northwest 33rd Street, the owner is secured. Item Q, 808, Northwest 38th Street, the owner is occupied. Item S, 605 Southwest 45th Street, the owner has secured. On page 17, item 11, AR1, abandoned buildings. All these items are stricken from the agenda. Item I, 1532 Southwest 27th Street, the owner is secured. Item J, 3414 Southwest 29th Place, the owner is secured. Item L, 700 Northwest 33rd Street, the owner is secured. Item N, 605 Southwest 45th Street, the owner is secured. And then on page 19, item 11BB1A, this is on our claims for denial. This item will be stricken from the agenda to get further information. And that is all that I have.
All right, thank you very much. Item 8, revocable permits and events. We have item 8A, which is a joint revocable permit with the Oklahoma City Water Utilities Trust and the LifeShare Foundation to hold the Little Red Heart 5K. And we do have somebody here who has signed up to speak on this item. Katie Smith. Oh, and Heather Dean.
Hi, thanks for having us today. I have my notes on my phone. I'm not checking messages or anything crazy. So I did want to start off, first of all, and say thanks for having us. And I wanted to give a shout out to Mayor Holt. He has in the past done a commercial for LifeShare. He married 2 people in the commercial for us. Anyway.
Performed the ceremony. Yeah.
Performed the ceremony. And so anyway, he's been a supporter of ours in the past. So every year for the last, I guess, this will be our 4th year, we've had what we call the Little Red Heart 5K here in Oklahoma City. And we get the name the Little Red Heart because LifeShare is the organization in the state of Oklahoma that is responsible for organ and tissue donation. So when you register to get your driver's license at your tag agency and you get the Little Red Heart on your driver's license, that's how we got the name of the race, the Little Red Heart 5K. A lot of people know us as, oh, y'all are the Little Red Heart people, but really we're LifeShare of Oklahoma. So we have had a race for the last 4 years. It has been very successful for us. We started off down at the Boathouse District, and we outgrew that space very quickly. And so now this year we are moving our space to Stars and Stripes Park, November 6th. We expect anywhere from 850 to 1,000 participants. The last year, 2019, that we were able to have the race in person, we had over 1,000 participants. And so last year we had to take off and do a virtual event, which actually was very successful. And then this year, it is our plan to continue to have the event in person. And so it's a celebration of life. Everybody that has been impacted by organ donation is invited to come down. There is a 5K race that is a certified race. There is a mile walk for those who cannot necessarily run, but do want to celebrate life and celebrate organ donation. This is also a fundraiser for us. And then I did want to mention, currently in Oklahoma, we have over 600 people that are currently waiting for an organ donation to help save their life. Let's see. It's a family-friendly activity. We have a lot of things going on. We have a kids area where kids can play. We have entertainers, balloon artists, face painters, all that fun stuff. We also have a meal that is provided by Head Country Barbecue. So it's just a fun event that happens the morning of November 6th. This year, something different that we've had to put in place is a COVID plan. And so we did work out our details around that, and we have presented those in the paperwork that we provided to everyone. So that's about it. I think, anything else that you can think of?
We also have a virtual option.
We do still, yes, you're right. Thank you for pointing that out. We still do have a virtual option for people who do not feel comfortable coming out and participating in the race. A lot of our participants are people who have received transplants, and so they're immunosuppressed. Or just anybody that might not feel comfortable coming out to a public event. We have a virtual option where they can register, get the shirt, and they can go run their 5K in their neighborhood and report back to us. So it's a fun event. I do encourage you all to come out if you would like to participate. We'll send you a code and you can register for free. So.
All right, well, thank you very much. This implicates wards 1, 2, and 8. I don't know if any of them want to say anything or make a motion.
How much is it to run in this thing? I have 5 children who just ran their first 5K and are like excited to run more. So,
Oh, it is $35. Do we have a discounted rate for kids? $20 for kids.
all right, awesome.
Yeah, and the t-shirts are soft and amazing, so they're gonna
Even
want,
better.
Yeah, they're gonna love.
You
the
got my
shirts.
wife on that one.
Yeah, they're gonna love them.
So if there's nothing else, I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay. Let's do that virtually. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Thank you for
Thank
putting
you
it
so
together.
much.
Have a great event. Okay, 8B, revocable right-of-way use permit with Red Earth, Inc. to hold the Red Earth Parade, October 16th, North Walker between 7th and Reno. And Christy Alcox, yes, has signed up to speak. Welcome, Christy.
Mayor Holt, council people. I can't tell you how excited we are to finally be able to bring the Red Earth Parade back to Oklahoma City. This is our 35th annual event. It started with a small group of volunteers in June of 1987, and we closed down the entire downtown streets at lunchtime, and years ago, the entire downtown workforce came out and watched the parade. Most of you know that our Mayor Holt yesterday proclaimed yesterday as Native American or Indigenous Peoples Day for the city of Oklahoma City. It was a beautiful ceremony at the magnificent new First Americans Museum, and Red Earth decided to move its parade and jump on the bandwagon with this week's activities. So we're holding the event at Northwest 7th, and it'll come down Walker right in front of City Hall. And it'll be, cross your fingers, a beautiful fall day. Weather's supposed to be pretty good, is what we hear from Channel 9. And it will actually empty out at the Myriad Gardens, where we're hosting the first new event that Red Earth has done in the last 35 years. We have a new event called Fall Fest. It's a very different, free, family kind of activity that involves all of the people all the citizens of Oklahoma City, and a lot of our tribal citizens are coming in. It's an art market, and we've partnered with Myriad Gardens, with Maureen Heffernan and her staff to put this event on. It's low cost, easy to do, and we also partnered with the Oklahoma City Powwow Club, and they're putting on a dance, and it's called a gourd dance. Gourd dance is a very different dance than what you typically see at a Red Earth event. It's a gentleman's dance, and the one that we're patterning this year's event after is the Kiowa Gourd Clan, which is a very illustrious, long tradition event that they'll be putting on. It's from 10 to 4, and we hope all of you can come out and see what we're doing and trying to get back to normal. This was an event that was actually introduced in February of 2019, and everything last year, as you know, had to be postponed until it was a time when it was safe for our tribal members to get out. So please join us for the day's activities. There's other things going on downtown, so it'll be a great day. Pumpkin Fest, Farmers Market, Scissor Tail, all kinds of really great things. Any questions?
Councilwoman Hammond?
I don't have any questions, but I do appreciate any opportunity we have to celebrate and honor the indigenous nations that, that called this land home before European settlement. So I'm excited to see it back this year, and it sounds like it'll be a really great way to honor our indigenous peoples of this land. So I will motion for approval.
Thank you.
Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes as soon as you get that chance. Passes unanimously. And thank you so much. Sounds like a great event. Appreciate Red Earth's continued commitment to having it here in Oklahoma City.
Thank you.
All right, 8C, revocable right-of-way use permit with Ventures Endurance Events to hold the Hot Chocolate 15K/5K on October 17th at an only in Oklahoma City address of Kings of Leon Lane between Joe Carter and Charlie Christian. No one has signed up to speak on this item. It involves wards 2, 6, and 7. I don't know if somebody just wants to jump in and make a comment or make a motion.
I'm just curious if you're going to hold the hot chocolate while you run or walk. That's really the only thing I have. But it sounds like it's going to be a lot of fun, so I'll move for the approval.
Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, we're going to recess council and convene as the Oklahoma City Municipal Facilities Authority, where we have items A through G we could take with one motion. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. We'll adjourn OCMFA, convene as the Oklahoma City Public Property Authority, where we have items A through M we could take with one motion. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. We'll adjourn OCPPA, reconvene as the City Council, where we find ourselves on page 4 of your printed agenda. Item 9, the consent docket. Item J has been struck. We have a presentation scheduled for item X. We have a presentation scheduled for item AT, and that is it. Is there anything else that a council member wishes to pull out for separate discussion or separate vote? Hearing none, we will take that in order then with the presentation on item X.
Eric Winger, our Public Works Director, is here to give us a quick presentation on this proposed amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Eric Winger, Public Works Director. The item that you have before you is the resolution adopting the October 2021 Program Implementation Plan update for the Better Street, Safer City program. We've done a number of these updates in the past. They've been presented to you as projects change. This one, if I were to summarize, really has 3 different things that's happening with this implementation plan amendment. There are 4 street resurfacing projects that actually finished under their approved budgets. So we're actually returning $3,250,000 back to the resurfacing fund to be repurposed for future projects. So the board would act and bring future recommendations to you on that. The second item is a sidewalk project that has run over budget. It's adding $210,000 to a sidewalk at Grand Rancho to Indiana Avenue. They've run into some driveway and some ADA complications, and so the extra dollars, if approved, would go towards finishing that project. And then the last one is an addition of $2.2 million for the Southeast 59th Street proposed bicycle infrastructure project. This one actually has a companion item in the agenda. It's 9AK, so it does have complimentary approval with that one as well. If we look at those together, this will actually return $767,000 to the Better Streets program. So it's actually a net credit to the program, but we'll be bringing future recommendations back for approval for the balance of the funds. Just to give you a brief summary, 100% of the resurfacing funds in the arterial streets has been allocated, 97% of the residential have been allocated, so there is some residential funds to be allocated. There's 84% of the street enhancement, 65% of the bicycle, 94% of the trail, and 96% of the sidewalk fully allocated. And so the majority of the projects are fully allocated. The two that have some allocation, bike, and also the street enhancement, one of those is a bike today. So the funds for the bike project on Southeast 59th would come from available funds in the implementation plan today.
Eric, could you give us a little bit more on that project in AK, just while you're up there?
I can, and if I could, I'd like to bring up just a brief PowerPoint, if that's
Sure,
okay,
that's
on AK.
great.
So it'll be helpful. So I'm going to move to AK, and this is, again, it's a companion item. We had previously brought to the council a proposed bicycle infrastructure project on Southeast 59th Street. When we had looked at this previously, we had sent the item back to the advisory board to have them make future recommendation, and so the recommendation is what we're bringing today. So with the first item, if approved financially on the implementation plan, this will be the project that would be constructed. So you may recall this is a bicycle project that was in Bike Walk OKC. The project that we're being proposed today is Southeast 59th from Eastern to Air Depot. The board was presented really with three different options. The options for the bike project range in cost from about $4 million to over $11 million. The $4 million project would be just strict striping of the street. The $11 million project would be one that you'd build it off-street, more like a trail. The option that is being recommended is a cycle track. I'm going to show you some pictures of what that looks like in just a minute, but it would convert the roadway to a 3-lane section, but both bicycle lanes would be on one side of the street. So it gives a more space, it provides for enhanced safety, and it really was the best value for the option. The cost for this project, and it's 4 miles of bicycle lane, is $5.2 million. The reason this project's important is that we've actually applied for, with the assistance of the planning department, and have received an ACOG grant for nearly $2.5 million. So the budget increase, and this is the $2.2 million, this is what's actually in the implementation plan for you today. So this is starting out at Eastern Avenue. So you have Southeast 59th Street that's shown on this image. If you look towards the top or the north side, you're going to see that dual bike lane, which is called a cycle track. It's separated by a bike buffer. It provides for just that added safety and that added width for those bicycles. We have green bike boxes that you're more familiar with, if you've seen in some of the other bicycle projects. This is also a project that's expected to be fully delineated. So we are looking at a Tier 1 facility on Southeast 59th for the extent. As we move to the east, you'll see much of the same drawings. You'll see that the engineer has looked at addressing how we navigate some of the driveways. Again, the goal is to make sure that those are highly visible. It allows for safe access for the driveways that are existing. Some of the sections are quite rural. As we come upon streets, as you see here, like Empire Boulevard, you're going to see the dual use of green bike boxes, again, just for visibility. You can also see the cross-hatched bike buffer that you'll see in this drawing as well. And again, that's to provide that extra space for the bicyclists. The 3-lane section includes turn lanes at the intersections. The lane widths will be 11-foot center turn lane and 12-foot driving lanes. There are a number of commercial properties and industrial properties on the south side of Southeast 59th, so we wanted to make sure that we took into account a lot of the larger vehicles that were passing in the area. This is as we go through Bryant, and again, as we head all the way over to Air Depot, you're going to see many of the same type bicycle design. Some of the reasons for the project being the cost that it is going to require an amount of resurfacing of the street, so street resurfacing is included. It also includes some modifications to the traffic signals. Again, as we shift those lanes, we've got to adjust the signal heads to line up with the turn lanes and the driving lanes, and so that is part of the cost. There are future connections that are expected at our depot that aren't there today. There's also a future connection on Eastern Avenue that's not currently funded, but also one that Planning and Public Works is looking on for future funding to make that connection to the Grand River Trail. So this is a vital link, and again, we can take advantage of the grant funds if approved. I think with that, I'll answer any questions you might have about either of those two items.
Just to clarify, Eric, wouldn't you agree that, I mean, the end result here is to try and get the Grand Trail to connect down to the Draper Trail?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
And Jeff Butler is also available with me today, so if there's additional bike walk questions or the connectivity questions, he can also answer those as well.
So once this is finished, Todd, will it connect to Draper, or that's future improvements?
That's still going to be future, because we're still going to do the piece up Eastern, up to Grand, and then the trail where it comes down South Air Depot, where it comes out of the base, basically.
Yeah.
That trail, we won't be able to put it on the street. I mean, it's going to have to be its kind of standalone trail there. It goes down to 240 and then connects into the Draper Trail.
And I'd just like for us to just keep in mind as well, I sit on the Trails Advisory Committee, that there had been some conversations and inquiries about a South Side Trail, more so towards by the airport area. So if we can continue to look at ways and figure out how we can advocate for those trails, especially it looks as if we may have some more money that comes in for these types of projects. I know that's something I believe that had been implemented or suggested in a resolution for a different MAPS program, if I'm not mistaken. So I just wanted to continue to keep that at the forefront of our conversations as well. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
Thanks, Eric.
Okay, and then there's item AT.
Yes, this is an allocation of funds from the Economic Development Trust from TIF number 2, Kathy O'Connor. Kathy's really she's the executive director of the Alliance for Economic Development, but also serves as the surrogate general manager for the Economic Development Trust, and she will introduce the project.
Good morning. The project that we have for you today is an allocation of funding from the downtown TIF to Oklahoma County to make some improvements that they need at various facilities they have. One thing I wanted to give you a little bit of background about these allocations to the other taxing jurisdictions that participate in the downtown TIF district, or in all of our TIF districts. The project plan, which is the document that created the TIF district, provides a budget allocation category for the other taxing jurisdictions. So that includes Oklahoma County, the health department, the libraries, and MetroTech. And in the past, we have made allocations to Oklahoma County, including from TIF 2 and from TIF 8, including the county allocation to improve the county parking garage, a sewer rehab project at the county jail, and improvements to the county annex building. So this is something that we do to share in some of the tax increment revenues with those other taxing jurisdictions. The projects that we undertake with these other taxing jurisdictions are usually done on a reimbursement basis, so they will make the payments and then provide us documentation that they paid for the improvement, and we reimburse them for those expenses. And the recent amendment that you all approved to the Downtown MAPS Economic Development Project Plan included this $5 million to allocate to Oklahoma County. With that, I'd like to introduce Oklahoma County Treasurer Butch Freeman, I think, to go through the rest of the presentation.
Well, excuse me, thank you very much for the opportunity to be here before you again this morning. I won't take but just a few seconds to introduce actually our briefer, who is our county engineer. And so Stacy, if you would please come up. We've got a few slides to kind of show what it looks like now, and some of the slides hopefully will show what it's going to look like.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
We have 4 projects that we're planning on doing with this money, if you're kind enough to give it to us. The Investors Capital Building being the first. It's a building that's on our campus just east of the annex building. We need some new elevators in the annex. We're going to do some front entrance improvements and some security projects. The Investors Capital is about $2 million of this ask. This is the current building. You can see that some of the faux marble has fallen off the building. That wasn't taken off on purpose. That's kind of a dangerous situation. It's exposed some of the brick from past. It has a lot of coatings on it. We're having a difficult time getting those coatings off. We tried some chemicals and we've tried some sandblasting and it just won't come off. So it's a really challenging project for us. That's kind of a current picture of what it looks like on the east side. What we want to do is restore the building back to what it was in the early 1900s. So if we can use some of the existing brick that doesn't have the coatings on it, we're going to do that. And then maybe have to have some new brick, but restore the windows, restore the doors, get a better looking building for the Project 180 area. The elevators are just simply wore out. They've been around since the 60s. We need new pulleys, new cables, new cars for that building. There's 4 elevators in there. Next slide. At our front entrance, it's very tight. It's hard to get a lot of people in there currently. So next slide. We want to expand, so we'll have some social distancing, get a lot more people, be able to get inside, in and out of the weather before they come through the security of the building, maybe open some other entrances to the facility. Next slide. And then the final project, that's on the west side. That's a structural column. There's a series of columns on the west side, very close to the street. You can see the rails real close to those columns. We want to be able to protect those a little bit better. So we're planning on putting maybe up a wall, not quite that tall, but I just use that one because of the colors and the scheme of it is something like we will do to protect our columns. So those are the type of projects that we'll be doing with this money, and it's very important to us and necessary. Thank you for your consideration.
All right, that's it.
Thank you, and Mr. Treasurer, always great to have you over here. Thank you.
The one thing I would say is, being a lawyer and going in these buildings quite frequently, these are some of the heaviest used buildings in Oklahoma City, and to enhance them and to tie them into Project 180 would be quite meaningful for Oklahoma County. Thank you.
Okay, well, we're ready to adopt the consent docket then. If there's a motion and a second. And we have it. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. That brings us to item 10, the concurrence docket, where we have items A through K we can take with one motion. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. We're now at item 11, items requiring separate votes. We will begin with what appears to be a pretty heavy docket of planning cases. Item A is an ordinance on final hearing recommended for approval at 2917 Northwest 48th Street, going from R4 to C3. Councilman Cooper.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I believe the representative for the applicant might be present. If he wouldn't mind joining us and telling us a little bit more about this project, please.
Yes, good morning. David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. This is kind of like a cleanup, basically. Everyone's probably familiar with the Mayfair Shopping Center at 50th and May. A new owner has come in and bought the entirety of the center, both the east and west side of May Avenue. The subject tract is zoned R4, but it has been developed as the kind of back-of-house retail and parking for the last 50 or 60 years. Cindy, could you go to the exhibits? So at Planning Commission, we continued this to allow Ward 2 Commission member Janice Powers to meet with us. She initially had some concerns, so we went back and came up with a plan to increase the fencing. That included some brick columns, increase the landscaping so as to screen the existing parking from the residential that exists to the west. After we produced those images and she had the opportunity to go drive it, she was ultimately supportive of the project. She did make the motion to approve. There was no protest. It was approved unanimously by Planning Commission. We're in the process of renovating the existing space for a Harbor Freight. The back of house is an important element to them, and so we believe this to be compatible. If you look at the overall zoning map, you'll see, there we go. So again, increased fencing, 8 foot on the west where it directly abuts a residential with brick columns, increased landscaping along the arterial. So all of those things combined are what Ms. Powers ultimately led her to be supportive and make that motion. That I will say this situation with C3 exists up and down this area surrounding the Mayfair Village, so it is a common zoning that exists in this area.
Thank you for that presentation. The sidewalk infrastructure along 48th Street,
Yes, sir.
we don't have anything over there right now, right? Like on the west side, like as we start heading down through those neighborhood and into Mayfair West, is there?
So this is a straight zoning. So, you know, if the ordinance would require sidewalks, we would certainly have to meet that requirement. We do not seek to remove ourselves from any obligation required under the code.
I would just like, I don't know if Jeff Butler is watching with the planning department, but this street is a pretty important one in terms of connecting residents from the neighborhood to be able to just walk up to shop over here. And so I'd like to see what we could do to maybe, I don't know if it's an amending to just this in anticipation of, as we're revising Bike Walk OKC, I know that Mayfair West had submitted several kind of key streets that they wanted to see better connect them to the shopping center more broadly. So I don't know if this is an opportunity just to do something kind of simple. Can you go back to the other slide that shows the, yep, right in here. Yep, nope. Just, yeah, well, I mean, yes, that's kind of it right there. But just something simple maybe on the other side of those trees. I don't know. How much space is?
The sidewalk. Mark Grubbs.
Any opportunity I have to get folk out of the street as they're walking from where they live to where they're enjoying commercial engagement.
Could you go to the site plan, please? It was the first one you put up. There we go. So I think what Mark said is there's not room to do the landscaping and the sidewalk.
Darn. Okay, that's too bad.
There was a major sidewalk project that the city did through here a few years ago along May Avenue and then also along 50th. So there is that connection, at least up and down May Avenue and 50th Street. Because there is no sidewalk along 48th.
There's not yet,
in front
yeah.
of the
No.
neighbor, in front of the residential piece of it.
Jeff,
So-
I'm sorry. Jeff, I know I had submitted in the bike walk revisions several streets in consideration within Mayfair. And I feel like Nimitz was kind of a major one. You can kind of see that just a little bit over. And I feel like 48th was one that the neighborhood president had brought to our attention. Do you recall? Sorry to put you on the spot like that.
No, no worries. I don't recall exactly, but we can certainly look into that. We have a list of all the requests that have been made, and we can take a look at this one as well.
Maybe it's just something we can just deal with later as we, I guess what I'm saying is I hate to put something in right now that, you know, that last little stretch right here, it's not walkable. We just heard someone applaud us earlier for our walkability, for instance. So, okay, let's just have a look at this one later, I guess. Sounds good. All right, since there's not enough room to do both, then I would just move for approval for now. Unless there's any other discussion. Cool, thanks.
Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes.
Thank you.
Passes unanimously. Item B, ordinance on final hearing recommended for approval at 8401 Southwest 74th, going from PUD 1361 to I-1 and I-2. Councilwoman Young.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Box, can you come and talk about what changes were made on this one? I feel like we talked about this one at one point, and that frontage on 152.
Yes, ma'am. Again, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. So the original application was for I-2 moderate industrial. There was a request made at Planning Commission to essentially have the frontage along 152 not be I-2 so that the outdoor storage component wouldn't be there. But of course, on the back half, we have the rail, so it made sense to have that. So what we agreed to do was for a distance of 200 feet, we modified the legal description so that basically that frontage along 152 would be I-1 rather than I-2, and then the back would be I-2. So that change was made. We resubmitted the legal descriptions to staff, which they now have, to split that application to I-1 and I-2.
Okay. Has anybody signed up to speak?
Nope.
With that, thank you, David. Motion to approve.
All right. Let's do that online. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Okay. Item 11C, ordinance on final hearing recommended for approval at 5202 South County Line Road, going from R1 to R2. Staying with you, Councilwoman Young, and nobody has signed up.
Thank you. This is a permit for a duplex development, which is needed in the area. No protests at planning. I make a motion to approve.
All right, we've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. 11D, ordinance on final hearing recommended for approval at 12625 West Hefner Road, going from AA to PUD 1815. Councilman Carter.
Do we have anyone signed up to speak?
We do not.
I move for approval.
Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Councilman Greenwell, have you had a chance to vote?
Yeah.
Okay. Councilman Stonecipher, have you voted? Okay. You wish to vote aye?
Yes, please.
Passes unanimously. Item 11E is an ordinance on final hearing that was recommended for approval at 7201 North Hudson Avenue, going from I-2 and R1 to PUD 1830. Councilman Cooper.
Thanks, Mayor. I see two representatives who might be interested in speaking on this item, but Mr. Box is already standing, so one of two. Thank you. Tell us a little bit about the project, friend.
Sure. David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. It's probably been 18 months ago. We were here before you on this piece, as well as some tracks to the east. There were protests at the time from the Center for Not-for-Profits. So what we agreed to do was kind of split the application. The portions to the east that you see as zoned I-2 moved forward. We agreed to come back with a PUD. The center had expressed some concerns with some of the uses, and so we said, well, we understand, but if you've got concerns with those uses, then you would be willing to remove those uses from your site as well. they were. So we have a PUD in place now that covers both my client's tract as well as the tract to the north and west. Additionally, some access requirements as it relates to the R1 piece. So it was a negotiated PUD that Mr. Work and I put forth together, presented to the Planning Commission. It was recommended unanimously by Planning Commission. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Box. I see Mr. Work is present. I don't know if there's anything you'd like to add, or you're good. Well, I'm good as well, so I'd like to thank everybody for working together on that particular item, and I move for approval.
We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 11F is an ordinance on final hearing recommended for approval at 7600 Southwest 119th, going from AA to PUD 1831. Councilwoman Young.
Thank you, Mayor. Nobody signed up to speak, right?
Correct.
Okay. With that, there was no protest at planning, and so I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Councilman Stonecipher, have you voted? Okay, he'd like to vote aye. Passes unanimously. Item 11G, ordinance on final hearing recommended for approval at 15501 Southwest 15th, going from AA to PUD 1832. Councilwoman Young? No one has signed up to speak.
Thank you. With that, I'll move for approval. There was no protest at planning.
Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Councilman Greenwell, have you voted? Passes unanimously. Item H, ordinance on final hearing recommended for approval at 9700 West Wilshire, going from R1 to PUD 1834. Councilman Carter. No one has signed up to speak.
As long as we can get to the technical evaluation aspects, I don't have any problem approving it and moving for it, excuse me.
I feel like we're waiting on David to say something. David, did you need to say? Did you need to address this?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. So the technical evaluations that you see were negotiated and amended at the Planning Commission. So we agree with what is shown in the council memo. The PUD has been amended and resubmitted to staff.
Oh, then I move for approval.
All right. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 11I, this is an ordinance on final hearing that was recommended for approval at 2300 Southeast 89th Street, going from AA to PUD 1835. No one has signed up to speak. Councilman Stone.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a residential development that will be going in adjacent to other residential development along Southeast 89th. If there's no questions, I'd like to go ahead and move for approval.
Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item J is an ordinance on final hearing recommended for approval at 6059 Southwest 119th, going from AA to PUD 1836. Councilwoman Young.
Seeing no protests and planning approved with technical evaluations, I make a motion to approve.
Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item K is an ordinance on final hearing recommended for approval at 5201 South County Line, going from AA to PUD 1839. Councilwoman Young.
Seeing no protest and it was approved at planning, we'll make a motion to approve.
Motion and a second. Cast your votes. Councilwoman Nice. Passes unanimously. Oh, maybe not.
It didn't show up.
Well, it did for a second.
Yeah, it did for our screens, but not up there.
All right, but is it recorded as having passed unanimously? Okay, we can move on. All right, then, item L is an ordinance on final hearing recommended for approval at 8500 Southwest 15th, going from PUD 757 to PUD 1840. Still with you, Councilwoman Young.
Yes, approved at planning with technical evaluations, no protests, and so I move to approve.
Okay. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 11M, ordinance on final hearing recommended for approval at 6000 Wildwood Drive, going from 0102 and PUD 1228 to PUD 1842. Councilwoman Nice, and no one has signed up to speak.
Okay. I do know we have some neighbors. Are we okay? The residents, neighbors? Okay. And I see the developer is here, and I understand we have a couple of height regulations and other fees for this. And this has been extensively discussed with the neighbors, so I wanted to make sure that these residents are okay with this before we move forward, because this is this is a development that is going to impact the community. Okay, with that, I will move forward. Come, please come.
Okay, I think we have concerns about traffic, you know, it's...
Sir, before you speak, will you give us your name and your address?
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, Michael Barnett, 347 Northeast Oklahoma City. And I'll be on the street right north of this development, 59th Street. And we were concerned about the traffic. On this development, on this map here, I see the entrance to this place to be on the south side, but I don't know if there's an entranceway on the north side, which would have traffic coming and going on the Wildwood Drive down to 63rd Street, or any traffic going over to Braniff Road on the west side.
I think we may have an answer to your question.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Tim Johnson, 1 East Sheridan Avenue. Here on behalf of the applicant, who is also here, Mr. Barry Dodson. Councilwoman Nice mentioned this, that we've been talking about this for way over a year. When COVID hit, we continued to meet virtually with the neighbors, and they've cooperated, and we've had several good meetings. To specifically answer his question, is the neighborhood chose to not have a connection to the north specifically, or into the neighborhood on the west side. So all of our access will be off the frontage road, which continues to be improved as they finish the highway project. And just kind of anecdotally, the Planning Commission approved this 8-1. The one dissenting vote was the chairman, because he felt like it was the right thing to do to connect the neighborhood, but he didn't have a problem with the project. But we were respecting the neighborhood's request.
Okay. Is that
Yes.
okay?
Yeah, that'd be fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, with those, and thank you to the neighbors, and thank you to Mr. Dotson for continuously meeting with those neighbors. I really appreciate that because, again, we know the impact of what this development is going to bring to this area, so we appreciate that. So I'm going to move for approval for this project, and I hope we can continue to stay in touch and make sure that these residents are updated with everything that you're doing. Thank you very much.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, item N was previously struck, which brings us to item O. We've got a couple things here. So one is to amend the master design statement. And then there is the ordinance itself, which is on final hearing and was recommended for approval. In this case, 7 affirmative votes would be required for approval due to a high level of protest. This is at 201 Northeast 14th Street, going from R1 to SPUD 1312. This was deferred from August 31st, September 14th, and September 28th. And Councilwoman Nice, we have 2 people who have signed up to speak.
Thank you. This is round 3, so let's see how round 3 goes. I want to discuss the master design statement amendment first before we hear from the residents, so at least before they speak, everyone understands what this process can become depending on the outcome of the vote.
Again, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. So if you recall at the last meeting, several changes were made, amended, and then there's another amendment. So the changes that were made last time, we limited the dwelling units to 2. Here's the site plan. Well, Cindy, could you put the new site plan up, please? That was the old one that shows 3. The SPUD master design statement has already been amended to limit this to 2 dwelling units. Both structures must face south. Additionally, both garages must face south. If you'll recall, at the last meeting, we asked for a 3,200 square foot. The only amendment, well, there's 2 amendments that need to be made today. As it relates to the master design statement, there's the site plan. We need to accept it's been changed so that the setback is at least 20 feet from that north line, which the SPUD's already been amended accordingly. A maximum square footage per unit of 2,900 square feet. Again, the garage face south, the structures face south. The other TEs that are reflected on the council memo were already agreed to, and the document has been amended accordingly. The Municipal Councilor's Office is asked to amend the master design statement so that the setbacks shall take precedence over platted setbacks, but first, the plat must be vacated. We are in agreement with that. So, again, just a reminder, when we started this process, we had originally asked for 8 units. When we filed this, it was a 4-unit complex. We negotiated with the neighbors at the time of Planning Commission. Kamal Pennington, the Ward 7 Planning Commission member, at the time of Planning Commission, asked us to remove 1 and put it at 3 units. We agreed to do so. It's worth noting that staff recommended approval even when we had the 4 units. Removed it to 3 units. And then at council, through the various meetings that we've had, we've now reduced it down to 2 that you see before you. So it's consistent with the area. I think if anyone had the opportunity to drive it, you would have noticed immediately across the street to the south is a large structure that is a 14-unit apartment building that is active right now. There are duplexes throughout. There are R2 and R3 zoning throughout this neighborhood. So it is a neighborhood that you would expect to find in the urban core. Urban medium is the comp plan designation, and so you have a mix of single-family apartments, triplexes, quadplexes, duplexes. It's where, as the comp plan suggests, we want to put density in our city. So we think that the 2 units on this corner lot would be appropriate with the area, in keeping with the area. And we're hopeful that with these amendments that it becomes a project that is something that the neighbors can be happy about. So I'd be happy to answer any questions, Councilwoman. I hope that addressed the master design statement.
It did. There was a question asked, and maybe you can or cannot answer this, that Mr. Iqbal will be residing in these homes. He and his family will be occupying these homes, and they will not be selling them.
Yeah, so his brother is a doctor at OU, and so that was the original goal. Why they had the 4 was each member of their family was going to live there. Now we're down to 2. So his brother, the intent is for his brother to live in one and him to live in the other. The proximity of the health complex is obviously ideal for his purposes.
Okay, thank you. I want to go ahead. I want us to address the amendment first before we hear from everyone and then vote how we should. And the reason I ask that we just vote for the amendment first, because that's where we've been for the last 2 meetings as far as trying to work through amendments and get us to the point where we are. So that's what I would hope we could do before we actually hear from the residents, if that's okay. Because I know overall, the vote is for the overall approval of this development and not just for the amendments.
So I believe we have, in addition to the amendment that's on the agenda, the additional amendment we need to add is maximum square footage per dwelling unit of 2,900 square feet.
Okay, so that'd be a separate vote, Kenny. We'll do the amendment as listed and also the second amendment.
Correct.
Okay. All right, Councilwoman Nice, you want to move the item 01, the amendment to the master design statement?
Yes, I'll move the amendment.
We've got a motion and a second on the amendment, and this only requires a simple majority. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. And then there is a second amendment that wishes to be made from the floor. Can someone restate that?
Each dwelling unit shall have a maximum square footage of 2,900 square feet.
Councilwoman Nice, do you wish to move that amendment?
I will move for that approval of that amendment.
Okay. We have a motion and a second on the second amendment, which also requires just a simple majority. And cast your votes. We're not to that yet. We're not even voting on the item yet. Passes unanimously. Okay, now we are back on the item as doubly amended, and we do have a couple folks who signed up to speak. Do you want to handle that now, Councilwoman?
Before we do that, I just wanted, at the request of one of the people who has signed up to speak, I was asked to read the letter of petitions of those who had submitted them, so I will oblige that. I have a letter of objection from Mr. Alan Bennett, from Ms. Shirley Denson, from the Office of Paul Kaysen, attorney at law for the law firm of Goodwin and Lewis, from Margaret Merritt, and from Dr. Shawnee and Luke Harvey. I don't have a letter from you, and this is not for you. I also have one from Lincoln Terrace neighborhood and one from JFK neighborhood. So I wanted to, because I was asked to read those names, I wanted to make sure I obliged that request. So now, if you don't mind, we'll hear from those who have signed up to speak.
Alan Bennett. Is that Laura Stone? Yes. Sure. All right, so Ms. Stone, if you wouldn't mind stating your name and address, and Mr. Washington, if you continue to make disruptions, you will get your chance to speak, as you always do, but if you continue to make disruptions, we'll have to ask you to leave. Ms. Stone, you may continue, and again, as I said, please state your name and address.
Okay, my name is Laura Stone. I live at 612 Northeast 14th. I am actually a resident of Lincoln Terrace, but as I said, I live on 14th Street, so I'm just down the street from this. I just wanted to express a few concerns as well as praise. There have been small investments in our area made over the last probably 20 years, and people have continued to move into the area, myself included. I moved in 2013, thanks largely to the efforts and hard work of some very dedicated and engaged citizens. And now we've drawn the interest of big investments by way of things like the Innovation District and some other developments. And we want that to continue to prosper, and we really appreciate all of the improvements that have been made. But we, as the interest continues to grow, we ask that the city and leadership continue to uphold the promise that we as residents will continue to have a voice in what goes on and then things that will affect our homes. We are not resistant to change. As I said, we really appreciate the improvements, but we are a little resistant to actions that could have, albeit unintended, some very negative impacts in our area. It's no secret, Northeast Oklahoma City has sort of been the victim of some short-sighted ideas over the past 70 years or so, and one of those ideas or actions has led to the raising of thousands of homes, several dozen of which, or a few dozen of which, are in Class of North Highland Park. So albeit it is a very small neighborhood, it does have lots of empty lots, such as the one that's in question. If this lot is allowed to be developed this way, it could have very unintended consequences by way of a precedent. As I said, several of those homes have been in have been in Class of North Highland Park. And overdevelopment of the area could cause immense strain on the infrastructure of the area, and not just parking and traffic, which is the immediate thing that everybody looks towards, but to things like plumbing and, quite frankly, as unpleasant as it is, sewage capacity, which is a person with a very deep basement very near to this property, I can tell you, is a real concern for many of us. And that would put an unjust burden on the city to address some of these issues. But additionally, the fabric of the neighborhood would be irreparably altered. The city has made great strides in helping us make improvements to the area. As I said, the residents have made great strides in making improvements to the area, and I implore the City Council to please consider this very carefully, very carefully, and to not let this be the undoing of some of this hard work. So I appreciate you listening to my concerns and those of my fellow residents.
Thank you. Alan Bennett.
Good morning, Alan Bennett, 233 Northeast 15th Street. It's a little bit like Groundhog Day, since we've been through this before. We do have the addition of the mayor this time, so that's new. And we also had 2 weeks to work on the assertion that because of 10 previous lot splits in this neighborhood, our councilwoman was going to support the applicant in this case. Because we were claiming it was a precedent. Well, we've done some research on those 10 lot splits, one of which happened in Lincoln Terrace and not in Class of North Highland Park. But in those 9 other cases, all 9 of them were efforts to make the lots bigger, not smaller. So there really is no precedent in Class of North Highland Park, historically, for splitting lots down the middle. You can't find one case of that. So this action you're taking today is a precedent-setting action. And because we have, as I mentioned last time, because we have 25 empty lots in this, 7 of which are on corner lots similar to the applicants, that we leave ourselves open, because of the precedent set today, we're leaving ourselves open to other developers coming in and say, hey, it's open season on Class in North Highland Park, and we're going to slice and dice it any way we'd like. And we just don't think that's right. This isn't necessarily about 1 lot. This is about 25 lots. Mr. Box also made the point last time, well, some are interior lots. Well, we have owners that own contiguous empty lots. So we've got one owner that owns 2, another one that owns 3. We have others that are owned by separate owners at the time, but who's to say a single owner won't own those in the future and subdivide those also. So the interior lots are as in much a jeopardy as the corner lots. So Mr. Lewis made the point last time that just this one first action by the council will be sufficient for a successive developer to just say, well, if the council for whatever reason says, no, we're not going to let you do that on this lot, they'll just go to district court and say it's you've allowed it before, and it's arbitrary and capricious ruling, and they'll get their way through the district court as opposed to the city council. So we'd really like to convey the sense of gravity of what you're doing today. I think it's also expressed in the 60 signatures that I have here on petitions and the number of objection letters. You know, we're up to letter O on the item 11 docket. and passes unanimously. Well, here's one that you're getting some pushback on, and for good reason. The neighbors of this neighborhood were being supported by our neighbors just to the east of us in Lincoln Terrace, the JFK neighborhood. We're all pretty much supportive of the idea that, you know, we need a voice in how our neighborhood's going to be developed. And that is really the crux of this. It's not whether one developer can split it in two, it's whether we can actually control or have a say-so in our own destiny. Now, I shared this anecdote last time, but the mayor wasn't here. Mr. Mayor, my wife and I were happy enough to attend a MAPS 4 presentation hosted by you and Neighborhood Alliance at the Yale Theater in Capitol Hill, where you single-handedly and eloquently laid out the MAPS 4 thing, and seemingly without notes. You seem to have known it by heart. And you saved your centerpiece for last. You said, and the crown jewel is going to be the Innovation District. And it's not going to be a thing where the city council is going to force something in that little area there, just between 4th and 10th Street. This was going to be a partnership. It was going to be a partnership between the businesses that locate there, the workers that work there, and the neighborhoods that it is surrounding. Have I misrepresented you in any way?
I'm not entirely comfortable with you putting words in my mouth from 2 years ago, but I mean, I do believe that the MAPS 4 Innovation District project is definitely an effort to connect the district with the communities around it, yes, if that's what you're saying.
Well, there are no closer communities than Classen North Highland Park, Lincoln Terrace, and the JFK neighborhood. And if you believe that listening to those neighbors is important, then we're asking for your vote today. You know, we come to you because we got enough objections for the people that are around the applicant's property to force us into a supermajority. We would really like the supermajority to be in favor of the people that are objecting. Instead of, you know, squeaking by with maybe three of your votes, we'd like a supermajority of your votes today. Let's make it 9 out of 9. Let's have a unanimous vote for the neighborhoods. Please show that you are listening and supportive of those neighborhoods when we speak, that you're actually listening. So if I could answer any questions, I will. Well, let me add just one more point. I think it's what's the right word? There's a good reason why we don't have that fancy front view, street view of the property here, because it would show how out of character these two homes are going to be on that lot. With just 5 feet between them, if you take away, let's just look at that property on the west side, it's 37.5 feet wide. It's got a 10-foot easement. Now you're down to 25.5 feet, or 27.5 feet, but you got 2.5 feet on the other side, so you're down to 25 feet. So you got a 25-foot wide house that's 35 feet tall, that's about 60 feet deep, and its neighbors just 5 feet away. I mean, you got people shaking hands through the bathroom windows. They watch each other brush their teeth. This is totally out of character for our neighborhood. It may fit in Deep Deuce, it may fit in some other higher density neighborhoods, but it doesn't really fit in Classen North Highland Park. So I just want you to take our word for it. You know, when you go out and you either stand for election or re-election, you're essentially going door to door saying, trust me with your vote. And that's not say trust me because you know everything about what's going to come before the council. What you're saying to the voter is, well, if I don't know something, I'm going to seek some expert's advice and get an informed opinion so I can rule justly on whatever the issue is. Well, in a turn of events here, we're asking for your vote today. We're asking you to trust us, that we know our neighborhood better than somebody who's never lived there. So we've got all these people, plus Lincoln Terrace and the JFK neighborhood, saying, please listen to us. So I hope you do listen to us. Thank you. Is there any questions that I can answer?
Thank you. Michael Washington?
Well, 2900 Northeast 18th Street. Man,
Man, who the hell do you think you are, man? Because you with some law firm known powerful attorney or somebody, man. That's right, I have a right to do it, and then you're going to tell me I can't. Now then. And you, sir, who the hell do you think you are? You got money, you're going to move people out of their business spots, their homes, because you want to do your selfish and development. Get the hell out of here, man. You got another thing coming. Now then, let me tell you something, ma'am. Miss Ward 7, you got the names of the objections there. These people don't want these so-called shenanigans to come in, squash them up in some little damn small area for some damn idiot. No disrespect to you, some idiotic ideas, I meant to say, because I don't mean to call you that. Idiotic ideas. I want my development going on. To hell with the people who living over there already. To hell with the objections of the surrounding areas. Really? It shouldn't even be a discussion now. Or one person can come out of nowhere, like Santa Claus, with a Christmas tree, and tell these people you're going to take these Christmas trees whether you want it or not. Really? That's not how that goes. You don't just let some fanciful idea just pop up, disregard to the community of people who love and who felt good about their surrounding and the people they're with, daily walking down the street, walking their dogs and whatever. I personally love my Caucasian visitors and residents, but I certainly will not accept an outsider coming in and say, wait a minute, I got an idea. Why don't I just squander everything y'all got going on over? Y'all don't know me from the man to the moon. But what I'm going to do over here, I'm going to come on and put my development. As a matter of fact, what I'm going to do, I'm going to put y'all on smaller properties and take all y'all from y'all. And I'm going to get it to the development of my city council to get it done. Why? Because we got a city councilwoman who's in support of it. Now watch this here. Are you getting some money in the kit? What's going on here? I mean, no disrespect. I have to ask those questions to others who don't know how to ask them for them. You got letters of objection. To hell with letters of objection, right, sir? To hell with people that don't want you bothering them, huh? To hell with mess with their sanity, their peace of mind, their serenity. To hell with all of that. Let my selfish greed take over. Well, sir, that's just not going to work. Now then, I'm saying to you that this is open duck season. Let this man come and do it. Who's the next developer? Say, wait a minute, man. He did it, John. Let's go take the whole damn east side now. Huh? That's what that's opening the door for. I can see, like I said, and then, I want to live there myself. It's not just something for Bobby Harry. Really? You don't give a damn about you want to live over there, man. Nobody's going to come in your side of town. Why you want to come over there anyway? That's what I want to know. You getting run out of your own neighborhood? Now then. Now let me say one last thing. This thirst, this greed for economic development in an unwanted, designed, an evil demonic scheme that's perpetrated, designed to displace a people who would rather not have an interference coming in and disrupting their serenity. In closing, you are taking advantage, sir. I know there's some opportunities there. There's opportunity zone. We know that you're taking care of and using the monies there to bring your buddies and preparing them for it. But, sir, I say to this, if the residents would have me, I would personally file a 1983 lawsuit for conspiratorial design that's perpetrated and corrupt to displace the community who likes to be let alone. Thank you all so much and have a wonderful day.
Councilwoman Nice.
First and foremost, let me say, for anyone to suggest I'm being morally or unethically with my decision as far as a bribe or anything close to that as such is ridiculous, and I rebuke all of those kind of comments because I'm not here for that. I'm here to do work for this community, for this ward. That's what I was elected for. Now, whether other people want to do that, that's their business, but that's not what I'm here to do. And especially for the people the one who made that comment knows better, knows much better than that. Another thing I would like to comment is, again, for what we've heard today, especially with the comment of Innovation District, I will reiterate again what I said last council meeting, that Harrison Walnut neighborhood is just as close and closer than JFK. These are going to be other communities that have been or will be impacted tremendously by what Innovation District has to bring. Not just, there are quite a few different neighborhoods, so it's not just one or two. So I want to continue to reiterate and not leave one specific neighborhood out that's truly going to be impacted by what Innovation District is going to bring as well. And for the comment of, which I have already discussed with the gentleman we spoke about it, and I've spoken to Mr. Lewis, talked to him yesterday. We've continued to engage in these conversations to understand how to get where we need to go. And as I expressed to you, Mr. Bennett, in the conversation that we had Friday, that I am continuously working through this process because we, again, just as the last zoning application request, we understand what the implications can be, whether they could be adverse reactions to the neighborhoods or whether they could be in a more positive light depending on what developments come into different neighborhoods and different communities. So I do not take that lightly. So I've said that to you personally, and I'll say it again. I don't take that lightly because I know and I have been a part of what our communities have been confronted with and have been taken advantage of by folks and neighbors and homes being razed because of other things that have taken place and happened. So I don't take any of this lightly. I do not. I am very cognizant of the things that have to happen and the things that, in ways that we can protect the people. Ma'am?
Okay. First of all, if someone wants to sign up to speak, they have that ability, but we can't just shout out from that crowd, okay?
So again, we'll move forward with this, and I'm trying to really understand and realize what to do with this as far as how to move forward. So,
Councilwoman, I've got a couple of thoughts on it, if you don't mind.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe questions, maybe you can clarify for me, and I appreciate everyone coming up here and talking, I do, and you know, when we say we listen, I mean, I can tell you personally, I really do listen, and I understand your concerns and everything else. My concerns fall a little bit differently in that the developer originally asked for 8 residences. And that was pared down to 4, and then 3, now we're down to 2. So there's been some progress made. Originally it was, when we got down to 2, it was 3,200 square feet, now we're down to 2,900 square feet. When I look at the land use, which is what we're actually tasked with, right, is the land use, does it make sense for this particular location? When I look at the land uses around this location, I mean, I can see how you would say, oh, I hate it for this lot, but it does make sense, especially in an infill situation. So what concerns me for the neighborhood is, even if we deny this thing, I can tell you, we're going to be in district court, and the city's going to be paying a bunch of money to say, why are there apartments across the street and we couldn't put 2 residences here? And if they win, okay, does that turn back into 8? Yeah, probably does. Probably does. I mean, my concern for the protection of the neighborhood is to take what we can get, take your 2, and let's move on. Because I'm afraid if it gets denied, once it goes through court, we'll be back at the 8. And I don't think the 8 is a reasonable use for that lot. So, yes, sir?
Just want to point out that we have R2s and R3s, and this is an R1.
We can't do it this way. I'm sorry. This cannot. We can't. Don't call on people in the audience.
I'm sorry.
If you have a point that absolutely just is very salient and you really want to make it, I mean, we could probably bring you back to the mic, but not you, Mr. Washington.
Oh, thank you, Lord.
If it's on point and Councilman Stone feels that it is necessary to.
When I look at this map, I'm seeing some R3s on that block. Is that not correct?
Yes, you do.
Okay. So just to make my point again, right, on the exact same block, all of a sudden we're going, not this lot. We have apartments across the street. We have other R3 on this block. In a court, right, we're going to get annihilated, and you're going to have a 8-plex over there on your corner lot, which is what you definitely, I don't think, want.
Well, actually, you're making our point. We have the diversity that we'd like, and we would like developers that want to put multi-unit things on. We accept this current zoning, R2s and R3s. We believe in multi-density housing. What we don't want is people, because they can buy a lot cheaply, oh, it's zoned R1, to come in and say, well, we'll just go through the SPUD process and we'll change it to an R2 or an R3 or whatever we want. Let's let the council decide that, hey, people that come into Class in North Highland Park, if they buy an R1, they're buying it because they're going to build a single-family house on it. If they buy an R2, they can put 2 on it. If they buy an R3, they can put 3 and 4. We're happy with that. We're not opposed.
So my concern is, right, that you're not going to end up with an R2 or an R3. You're going to have an 8-plex sitting there
We're
on
not
the corner.
opposed to that if it fits within the existing zoning of our neighborhood. We
Would you
just don't
rather
want
have
to
a
carve
2?
up.
Would you rather have a 2 or 8? I guess that's the question I'm asking you.
Not an R1. We're going to fight for our R1s to stay R1.
Okay. So, and I've said this before to people in my own ward, and these aren't easy decisions to make. I hate it. Hate it when we have to make these decisions. But sometimes when people draw that line in the sand, it concerns me when we've had so much movement from the developer trying to get down to what you guys would deem reasonable, and you're telling me, no, it's still unreasonable.
Well, it's that precedent again. If this was the last lot in Class in North Highland Park, most people would be happy with it. But there's 25 other lots at stake. And actually, you don't want to see us 25 more times. So if you
You don't
rule
want
in
to
our...
see me 25 more times either, I'm sure, but.
All right, well, if you rule in our favor, it will send the signal to developers that when you buy an R1, build a single-family house. If you got R2, you've got a little more latitude. If you build an R3, we're happy with that.
So when I look at that from a property right standpoint, and that's what, when we look at zoning, right? A lot of these cases, people buy agricultural land, and they want to do single-family development, right? And they're next to single-family development. We don't go to them and say, nope, that's reserved for horses and cattle. We say, is that a good use of that property? Well, it's already right next door to single-family residential, so yes, it probably is. I'm just telling you how I look at it. And I know you look pained when I'm trying to explain it, but I would a lot rather you guys end up with 2 there instead of 8. And I think most of the neighbors would agree with me on that. I don't know. With that, I would go ahead and move for its approval.
Thank you.
Your Honor?
Yes, Councilman Greenwell.
Okay. So, Todd, thank you for those comments. Those are helpful. I've got a dilemma in that the last meeting I voted against this mainly because I believed that the proposed change would alter the neighborhood. And that's why I was questioning the width of the lots and how this would compare with the other widths. But as you pointed out, the developer has been working with the neighborhood for quite some time, and there has been efforts by the developer to make adjustments. I later found out after that meeting that it appears that at least one of the protesters agreed to the new proposal if it included 2 homes, which it's now, that's what's before us, 2 homes. And David, I'm going to ask for clarification from your perspective. Is that the interpretation you got, not at the last meeting, but the meeting prior to that?
There was an individual here that did agree in the hallway before the meeting to 2 homes. We also have worked an agreement out with the individual that Mr. Lewis, who's an attorney who was here last time, we sat down with him at his office last week. He is not here. we came to an agreement with him as well.
I don't believe there's a mechanism to request a new protest hearing to see what the percentage of protests at the current time is. I don't think we can do that. So we will deal with that, but the fact that the developer has attempted to make accommodations to the neighborhood, and at least one, possibly two of the protesters have recognized that compared to the original proposal, they're willing to work within that, has led me to reconsider my vote. Now, I do believe that this will still alter the neighborhood, but what's also going to alter the neighborhood is the number of vacant lots, and I don't perceive homes being built in the same manner, I mean in the same appearance as these homes were, because these homes were built, I'm guessing in the 20s, David, 30s possibly, and they're large, mainly frame, some brick. People just aren't going to build homes like that. So even if you left it to one new home, it's going to be substantially different than the existing homes, in my opinion. Now, I could be wrong, Todd, you could probably speak better on that, but I just don't think you would get people coming in making that kind of investment and building a home that was, you know, in a style of now 100 years old. So the neighborhood is going to continue to evolve and take on a different shape with or without this particular modification to this lot. But I do believe it will alter it and it will set a precedence. But the fact that apparently some members of the neighborhood have agreed or previously did agree, and the applicant made those necessary modifications, I think we've got to stand firm and recognize that agreement had been reached, at least with some people. And if nothing else, that would have at least lowered it down to a less than 50% protest, which could have provided for a mere majority in terms of approval. So again, I just don't see how we can protect it. It's unfortunate this neighborhood isn't a historical neighborhood. Not that I'm promoting that. I tend to, just due to all the restrictions, but I think that's the only way you're going to actually protect the integrity of the structures, and any new structures, they have to conform to the other existing homes. And without that, I think it's open. Again, even if they just built one home on this property, I think it would be substantially different in appearance than all the other homes. And it's obvious this is in a changing neighborhood with or without our approval to split this lot. But it will set a precedence in terms of the lot size. Thank you.
Mayor, I would just like to add a few things. First, and I just pulled up on the Washington Post the following information, which I'm sure many of you, if you've tuned in to our council, have either heard someone on this council reference before, or you maybe even know it yourself. But that's that that there's a huge gap between white wealth and black wealth in our country. Black wealth is $13,024. White is $149,703. That was in 2006. It's not by accident, as we remember, because we know there's a historical moment in our country, again, not by accident, it's a historical moment in our country where, just as an example, if a person fought in World War II, served, as Councilman Stone mentioned, you served our country, if they served and they were a white veteran, they received the GI Bill so that they could go to a career tech or college tuition and fees free. And now they have a skill. They also are going to have access, really even going back to the 30s, but increased access to home ownership loans, specifically to own a home in what we now today call residential one neighborhoods, a 1 or 2 story home. The white residents across this country who were able to take advantage of access to education and access to home ownership were able, through home ownership, to create wealth for their families. I'm not talking Jeff Bezos wealth, this ridiculous billionaire stuff. I'm talking where you get to this wealth gap that is well documented, where it is way more likely this $149,000 for the white family than this $13,000 for the black. If I am black in the 1950s and 60s and 40s and 30s, and I don't have access to home ownership, to this residential one type, quote, American dream, and moreover, if I live in a country that is segregating its educational services, remember that it's the Brown versus Board in 1954, this city fights the integration of its public schools until 1971, 11 years before I am born as a 39-year-old. So if I, as a black resident, am denied equal access to quality education, home ownership, that's how we end up with these numbers. The only thing I'm interested in that innovation district, and I mean this, the only thing I'm interested in that innovation district is the Henrietta B. Foster Center, which is trying to supposedly make a dent in this by making sure members of this city's minority communities have access to strengthening their skill sets. As they strengthen their skill sets that are transferable, they can buy these homes. That is the problem. If we're going to talk about on our east side, the fact that once upon a time, black folk had middle-class homes where that OU Medical District is. We, the federal government, with city leaders at the time, helped construct I-235 through those homes. We did that with the medical district through those homes. Then the problem facing us is how do we make sure that black residents on the east side and all across the city can actually own a home in these neighborhoods? Period, end of story. That's the question in front of us, and that's why the Henry B. Foster Center is so important. It is so important. So actually, I disagree profoundly that a residential one home is what needs to go on there. Because ask a black family with the wealth average here of $13,000, can they afford that home? That's number one. Number two, even if we did put, as I loved your articulation, Councilman, about my fears, our fears of this going to a district court, where suddenly now we're 8 units versus these 2 that this one person, these 2 people are gonna live in. It's not just the residential one home I'm worried about. I am worried about stuff like Boulevard Place, where for less than 500 square feet of living space, a resident will have to pay $10,050 a month. Is that black resident I just described more likely to be able to afford that? Absolutely not. What? $1,050? Did I say that right? I'm sorry.
You said 10,000.
They couldn't afford that either, could they? Thanks for the clarification. But my point being, whether it's rents or mortgages, we have a problem on our hands. If you tuned out when I just said all of that stuff, that's fine, go ahead. But I'm here to tell you that's the problem we're facing. And I believe MAPS 4 with Henrietta B. Foster Center and its housing investments are ways to make good on that. The final thing I will say, I will not sit up here as a biracial Oklahoman who is a renter who makes around $31,000, $32,000 a year. I will not sit up here and listen to someone accuse one of my fellow council members who is also a renter of bribery and corruption. And moreover, I will not sit up here and listen to other folk say that people like Councilwoman Hammond or Councilwoman Nice are disconnected from this conversation about the needs to address the historic legacy of white supremacy in our country. I won't do it. That's not fair. That is inaccurate. That is inaccurate. So I'm glad we at least got down from 8 to 2, because I think it could be worse. And we have a lot more work to do on our plate as it comes to addressing that undoing of the legacy of white supremacy. Thank you.
Okay, so we got a motion on the floor by Councilman Stone to approve the item. Why don't we go ahead and move forward on that vote? If there is a second, which there is, cast your votes. This requires 7 votes for approval. Passes 8-1. All right, 11P is an ordinance on final hearing recommended for approval at 4118 Youngs Drive, going from R1 to SPUD 1322. Councilwoman Nice, no one has signed up to speak on this item.
Yes, I did. She got off my thing. Pete, is that Pete?
Correct. We have no slip for you, Mr. Washington.
Huh?
We have no slip for you. We have no.
Yeah, now. You'll go ask her. She has it. I can't tell when to bring it in here.
All right, well, we'll see if we get it before we proceed. Councilwoman Nice.
That's one thing I ain't gonna lie to you, Mayor.
Is the applicant present?
I respect you more than that. I just say that.
Come on. If you would explain what we're doing for this property, and your name and address, please.
My name is Mary France, and I'm at 4118 North Youngs Drive. I wanted to take it from R1 to C1.
Is there, okay,
Okay.
That's it? Is that all you wanted to say?
For
Okay.
me?
Is that all you wanted to say?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Councilwoman Nice?
Thank you.
Am I good?
You're perfect. Thank you very much.
We do now have a slip for Mr. Washington, Michael Washington, if you'd like to speak on this item.
Welcome, my esteemed and illustrious horseshoe. I was going to call you guest because I'm the one who put you there with my taxpayer dollars. Now then. Here we are again, playing that old, same old tune. Here, P. What is it? Ordinance on final hearing, emergency, recommended for approval. 5 affirmative votes required. We know all y'all gonna vote for it. Anyhow, SPUD 1322, 4118 Youngs Drive, from a R1 single-family residential district to SPUD 1322, simplified planned unit development district. Wow. Why don't y'all just say the whole northeast side is a planned district? Quit talking about sectioning it off. Miss Nice, you know yourself that even as far down as Bryant, where I live, that these same things are going on. You can fool most of the people all the time, but some of us you can't fool at all. Now then, I don't know what you have been thinking, ma'am. I don't know about the influences, no disrespect personally to you, but I know the pressure and power of the politics that moves you to make the decisions that you're reaching. I know that you're not doing it on your own because you're in a white supremacist setting that requires you to follow through or you don't get back in the seat next time. So y'all, I'm going to no longer bite my tongue anymore. I'm going to help all of you so y'all can have an understanding for those of us who don't have an understanding about what politics mean here in the Western Hemisphere of what we call Oklahoma City today. Now then, development, really? You constantly want to move these residents out. Development planning district, watch this here. It's becoming a development district now. A handful, sir, as you just commonly admitted. Move me, where you gonna put me? On a reservation? Where you gonna put me in a way out of no man's land? You just said it, sir, watch it now. You got one of us who listens. That means with the money that's coming in now, with these opulent houses, you're not gonna be able to afford, those of you who don't have money, what's the new gonna be requirement of what y'all people gonna pass an ordinance saying, hey, if you don't have your house set up to this type of standard, you got to move. Come on, man, who you playing with? I already know what's going on here. You already know what's coming to that. Everywhere you turn on the northeast side of Oklahoma City, development unit, move here. Can we move 80 people out? I want to put up a store over here. I want to do this, that, and other. No, sir. This is quality argument. This is legitimate, relevant argument. You've got one person here that's going to stand up for this community. I don't give a doggone what anybody thinks of me. You can do your yells, your shouts, your denials, whatever. But this is one guy here who's going to stand up for his people. Stand up for your right. Don't give up the fight. That's what Bob Marley says, now I'm going to do it. Don't give a damn about by any means necessary. You people going to understand one thing around here. Y'all not going to sit back here and make decisions for people but based upon your friendship. Every one of y'all, watch this here. Let me show you what my knowledge stands at. Basically, every one of them up here has an association with the Chamber of Commerce here. Come on, man, we know who run this damn thing in here. Don't play with me. Told you now I got to start revealing this information to others who don't know so they have a better understanding what they're going up against. That's the power. Innovation District, that's the power. Who? Chamber of Commerce. Come on, man. They are the ones pushing and motivating all of this. Why? Because then now they control what used to be theirs on the northeast side with the so-called Innovation District Court. And then you said Ida B.
Mr. Washington, you're at 3 minutes, and really
thank
you're
you.
not.
So I got to go. I'll be
really
back.
not on
Thank
the
you.
topic anymore, anyways. So thank you.
We never started on topic. With this, I will move for approval.
All right, we've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Okay, now we're at item 11Q. This is an ordinance on final hearing that was recommended for approval at 1720 North Chartel, going from HP to SPUD 1327. Councilwoman Hammond. And no one has signed up to speak.
Okay, can we have the applicant just come up and sort of explain, since this is a somewhat unique case, just want to sort of let the council know what's happening and just make sure that everyone knows is all on the same page.
Yes, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. This is kind of a strange one. So this is at 17th and Chartel. There are existing office buildings there. The existing office buildings actually predate the Historic Preservation Ordinance. So in 1969, when the HP ordinance came into being, it immediately made these office buildings a legally non-conforming use. If you look at the HP ordinance, office use is not a permitted use. So my client is seeking to buy the building, and when the title report came back, they informed him that you've got a legally non-conforming use, and that's a problem from a lending perspective, because if the building were to be damaged by more than 50% by fire, tornado, or anything, he would not be legally allowed to build back those office buildings that have, again, been there since before we even had a historic preservation ordinance. So the only way to remedy this is to file for a zoning application. So to be as sensitive as we could to HP, we filed an SPUD whereby we kept all of the HP ordinances and regulations to control the site and simply added the one use, that being office, to remain on the site. What we've done is any new building permit will still have to go through the HP Commission and get a CA. So the HP Commission retains their authority on this. It just allows that use to remain. This has been reviewed by both Planning Commission and the HP Commission, both of which provided recommendations for approval. So again, it's a bit odd, but it's really just to allow the use to remain as it's been there for some 60 years.
Thank you. Yeah, I think this is an interesting example of the way that neighborhoods can function with a little commercial, a little office, residential, and still be within the character of the neighborhood. I think most folks that live around this area would say that this is a nice asset to have some of the amenities and office access that this property provides. And so just getting it into conformance, I think, is a good, and letting the HP board still be in conversation about the sort of look and preservation of the building, and making sure that it is in concert, I suppose, with the surrounding area. So I will motion for approval unless there are any questions.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
No, I got to speak on that.
It's on this item?
Yeah, that's right, on that. Oh, they want to build an hour, I want to build a deal for you on
Okay, Mr. Washington, I will remind you that the opportunity to speak has to be pertinent to the item at hand.
That's what it is.
I will-
I'm going on the historic preservation part of everything. I know about all this. Thank you, sir. Now, we on cue, right? Am I wrong? Let me see if I'm right here. Ordinance
Correct.
on final hearing, emergency,
You are
recommended.
correct.
I'm sorry.
You're correct, we're on cue.
Okay. Affirmative votes required for approval. Spud, 1327, 1720 North Shawtail Avenue, from Historic Preservation District to Spud, 1327 Simplified Plan Unit Development District. Well. Now here we have another one, man. These people don't stop, do they? Now you're going to disregard a well-deserved, well-refined Historic Preservation District. Dear God. So shut up, boy, while I speak.
Please.
Now, how in the hell, get your ass about it if you don't like it. Now then, how in the world are y'all going to tell me that you're going to let someone come in, take a building, renovate it, do something else with it, disregard it? Watch this here. It has to interfere with the Historic Preservation District because it wouldn't be on it in that name. So changes are going to be made that's going to take away from the Historic Preservation destination, right? You people have to realize that the people who put these historic preservations and things in place did that because this community means something so valuable to them. It means something that you want to recognize from the days of old. They don't want somebody coming in now with a so-called office space or whatever he's going to do and maybe turn the building up into a doggone skyscraper or whatever. That's not how Historic Preservation Commissions work. So I'm saying to y'all that this needs to be denied quick, fast, and in a hurry. Faster than road run. We know how fast that chicken runs. This is something that the Historic Preservation Commission approved of. I don't know when because I haven't studied it, but I know because it has historic preservation designation that you shouldn't let somebody come out. Just don't squander, disregard these people's livelihood, something that they have felt so good about. A change is automatically going to divert their attention away from what they're used to seeing when they walk down the street with their baby in the stroller or drive the car out or go next door to eat a hamburger. You have to look at all this here, man. What the world is going on and who's behind these people? These people are not here on their own. Who is the driving force behind the person that's coming up here speaking?
30 seconds.
Oh, thank you, ma'am. You have to respect people, man, not let money control and rule. How in the hell are y'all people letting y'all even voting y'all in these spots like they disregard them like this here, man? You have to sit down with these people. I know it's not one of them people say, yes, we agree to these people coming in and doing what the hell they want, even if we do like Councilman Hammond. That's not how that works. I say thank you very much. Arnold Schwarzenegger once said, I'll be back. And I definitely will.
Okay, we've got a vote on the table now, a motion and a second to approve this item. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item R is an ordinance on final hearing. Oh, that was struck. Item S, ordinance on final hearing recommended for approval at 10028 West Wilshire Boulevard, going from SPUD 1148 to SPUD 1331. Councilman Carter.
I'm almost scared to ask this, but has anybody signed up to speak?
No. I
Okay.
understand.
Then I move for approval.
I understand your trepidation. Motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item T, ordinance on final hearing recommended for approval, 4800 South Indian Meridian, going from AA to SPUD 1332. Councilman Stone.
Thank you, Mayor. This is basically a lot split on a 5-acre tract over off South Indian Meridian. It was supported by the Planning Commission unanimously, so unless someone has some questions, I would move for approval.
Okay, we've got a motion. Is there a second? Let's do this virtually. Motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item U, ordinance on final hearing recommended for approval at 17517 Northwestern Avenue, going from PUD 132 to SPUD 1333. Councilwoman Nice.
81.
Nope.
No? Okay. This is to permit a golf training facility, which is on the property of where a church is located, and some other things as far as C3 and PUD. So with that, I will move for approval.
All right, we've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 11V, this is an ordinance on final hearing recommended for approval at 16300 North Council Road, going from PUD 1432 and PUD 1277 to SPUD 1334. Councilman Stonecipher.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is to a rezone to permit commercial development. The Planning Commission approved it. There are no protests. I'd move for approval, please.
Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item W is an ordinance on final hearing recommended for approval at 200 Southwest 134th Street, going from O2 and AA to SPUD 1335. Councilman Greenwell.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. David, did you want to say anything on this? This is an application, or, I'm sorry, Tim, is this yours? I apologize. We've got David listed as the applicant. But anyway, if you'd like to say anything, please.
He's good. He's good. He doesn't need to say anything.
Yeah. So we've got an application for mixed-use commercial, and this is just filling in a vacant area where commercialization has already began, and this will fill in a empty slot. So it was approved unanimously by the Planning Commission. There were no protests, so I recommend for approval.
All right, we've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item X, ordinance on final hearing recommended for approval at 11528 Southwest 15th, going from AA to SPUD 1337. Councilwoman Young.
Yeah, seeing no protest at planning, and this is a request to permit a veterinary clinic on Southwest 15th. Motion to approve.
All right, we've got a motion and a second pending. There it is. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item Y, ordinance on final hearing that was recommended for approval at 5801 Northwest 118th, going from PUD 817 to SPUD 1338. Councilman Stonecipher.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a rezone to permit a senior living facility. It was unanimously approved by the Planning Commission. There are no protests, so I'll move for its approval at this time.
Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Completing the alphabet, we're at item Z, ordinance on final hearing recommended for approval at 2335 South Cemetery Road, going from AA to SPUD 1339. Councilwoman Young.
Thank you, Mayor. It's a permit for a modified single-family rural development. It was approved at planning, and there were no protests, so I make a motion to approve.
We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. 11 AA 1 and 2. Item 1 is an amendment to SP 553, accepting the amended special permit conditions submitted at the Planning Commission. And then item 2 is an ordinance on final hearing that was recommended for approval, special permit to allow animal internment services in the I-2 Moderate Industrial District with the AE2 Airport Environs Zone 2 overlay. Councilwoman Young. And we'll need 2 motions on this.
Thank you, Mayor. So first, I'll make a motion to approve the amendment.
Okay. This is a motion for item 11 AA 1. Motion and a second. Cast your votes. We're now on Passes unanimously. We are now on the item as amended, and that is AA2. Do you wish to make a motion on that, Councilwoman Young?
Thank you. That's amended with technical evaluations from planning, and I'm very excited actually to have this business coming to Ward 3, having my own aging fur baby. I see a use for this, and I like the program that they've got available, so if you're not familiar with it, please reach out to the applicant. It's very dignified. Thank you. Make a motion to approve.
All right, we've got a motion for item AA2 and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Okay. You know, I'd like to think that a community that is not dynamic, that does not have a booming economy, does not have as many zoning cases. So I try to look at the positive. But well done, everybody, getting through that planning docket. All right. Item AA is an ordinance on final hearing closing a portion of an alley and a portion of Southeast 43rd Street extending east from South Nebraska in the F.G. Martins subdivision. Councilwoman Nice.
Yes, this is to consolidate the property for future development. There were no protesters present, so I will move for approval.
Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 11AC, this is an ordinance on final hearing closing 225 feet of the north-south alley of Orchard Park addition, et cetera. Councilwoman Hammond.
Yes, similarly, this is also closing some alleys for future development, and I will motion for approval.
Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 11AD is an ordinance on final hearing closing 40 feet of Southwest 41st Street west of and abutting the I-44 right-of-way. Councilwoman Young.
Planning Commission recommended approval subject to summary of technical evaluations. It's to facilitate commercial development along the interstate. There were no protests. I'll make a motion to approve.
All right, we've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 11AE, this is an ordinance on final hearing relating to the fire department and some fees required in the fire prevention code. We had a presentation and a public hearing on this at two previous meetings. Today is merely the final consideration if the council so chooses. So what, if we could bring up the ability to make a motion, perhaps that is where we'd like to take this. Got a motion and a second for approval. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. 11AF and AG, I believe, are related to each other. AF is a settlement agreement and release with Coxcom LLC, doing business as Cox Communications. And then item AG is an ordinance on final hearing enacting the amended Cox Cable Television franchise agreement. This was previously presented, so unless there are any questions, we'll just take votes today. Item AF would be first up, settlement agreement and release. We've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. And then 11AG, the ordinance on final hearing, conforming our agreement with item AF. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 11AH is an ordinance on final hearing establishing no parking 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. Friday through Sunday on the east side of Southwest 69th Street from Harvey to 69th Terrace, et cetera. Councilman Stone.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a problem created from our own success from a new park down there. So now we have to, it's being utilized enough. Now we have to clean up the parking in the area. So AH, HI, and HJ are all related to the same issue. So I would move for approval on 11AH.
All right, we've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 11AI is an ordinance on final hearing establishing no parking Monday through Thursday, restrictions on the east side of Southwest 69th from Harvey, etc. Councilman Stone.
Again, I would move for approval.
Been a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item AJ, kind of working this from every angle. An ordinance on final hearing establishing a no parking anytime restriction on the west side of Southwest 69th from Harvey to its dead end at Southwest 69th Terrace.
And once more, I would move the item for approval.
Motion and a second. Cast your votes. Councilman Stone. Passes unanimously. 11AK, ordinance on final hearing removing a metered parking space on the south side of West Oklahoma City Boulevard from near South Harvey. Councilwoman Hannah.
Yes, I think this is a very practical request, given that there are, in addition to this new restaurant that is opening, plenty of events and other activities happening at Scissortail where some kind of passenger or commercial loading zone is necessary. And right now there are none, so I will move for approval.
All right, we've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 11AL is an ordinance on final hearing establishing one reserved parking space for the physically disabled on the west side of Chantry Road near Chantry and Northwest 109th. Councilman Stonecipher.
I'd move for approval.
Well said. Motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. 11 a.m., ordinance on final hearing establishing 90-degree angle parking within a setback parking area on the west side of Chantry Road near Chantry and Northwest 109th.
Move for approval.
We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 11AN is a public hearing regarding the ordinance previously presented last meeting relating to miscellaneous provisions and offenses. This regards obstruction of officers in the Oklahoma City Municipal Code. Amy, has anyone signed up to speak under this public hearing?
No, they haven't.
All right, then we will close this public hearing and move on to item 11AO, which is an ordinance to be introduced today, set for a public hearing on October 26th and a final hearing potentially on November 9th relating to the stormwater drainage program. And Mr. City Manager, I believe we have a presentation today.
Yes, Eric Winger, our Public Works Director, is going to give us a presentation on this ordinance change for the stormwater drainage utility program.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Eric Winger, Public Works Director. The item that we're presenting today is a introduction. So this is the introduction of the drainage utility ordinance, not to be confused with the stormwater drainage ordinance that's in Chapter 16. Just a brief history on this ordinance. It was originally adopted in 1995. It provides for several city services that you're very familiar. It responds to our National Pollution Discharge and Elimination Survey permit, which is part of our stormwater quality program. It provides for construction inspections, for erosion control, household hazardous waste facility. It also helps us with public channel drainage cleaning and maintenance, and then also drainage project reviews as a part of our technical review section. The ordinance had also provided for the ability to do, with some of the funds that are collected, to complete projects, but it's unclear in the ordinance. And so what we're bringing to you today is an administrative change in the ordinance that will very clearly identify that it can also be used for project construction. One of those first projects that we'd like to begin is the city-wide drainage basin studies, something that we've talked a little bit about, where we'd end up looking at the 4 major drainage basins, beginning some engineering analysis, utilizing some of the stormwater drainage utility funds, helping us identify those project areas so that we can come back and present future projects, whether they be part of the fund or maybe part of a future bond program. There is no fee changes in the proposed introduction today. It is simply just a change of the wording to clarify the use for the funds for projects. Again, it is not Chapter 16. It is not the drainage ordinance that had been previously discussed this year. And upon your approval, we'll be prepared with the public hearing on October 26th, and then also the final hearing on November the 9th. At that time, we then could initiate those drainage basin studies. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have. We have posted some information to the city's website in anticipation of the item today, just to make sure that there's clarification for engineers, contractors, and developers. And we've also done some reach out just to make sure that there were no questions and we did not receive any.
Eric, can you just briefly give us a rough estimate where those 4 main drainage areas are located that you mentioned?
So the North Canadian River, the one that's closest to downtown, it's basically the large major river basins. So we have the North Canadian, the South Canadian. We actually have one that's in far north Oklahoma City and one out west. I can bring a map and share that with the council. But with over 600 square miles, there's 4 major basins, but then there's a lot of smaller sub-basins. And so I think, to be clear, when we talk in different areas, whether it be, say, Lightning Creek, that's a creek that's in a basin. Mustang Creek is just one creek in a major basin. These studies are not going to be able to get into those individual creek studies yet. We're really wanting to look at the basins as a whole and determine the areas in priority which to study first, second, and third. But I'm happy to provide that information to the council. Thank you.
Okay, so today is just introduction, and we'll need a motion for that. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously, so that'll be set for public hearing October 26th, final hearing November 9th. Now we're at AP. This is the AP1 is the public hearing regarding the dilapidated structures here listed. Does not appear anyone has signed up to speak on this, so we could move on to AP2, resolution declaring that the structures are dilapidated. A motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Okay, AQ1 is a public hearing regarding the unsecured structures here listed, except for those struck at the beginning of the meeting. We do have someone who has signed up to speak, Chasten Rusher. Yeah, come forward. If you wouldn't mind stating your name and address, and then tell us which items you're concerned about.
Yeah, my name's Chasten Rusher, and 3521 Northwest 11th is where I've lived my whole life with my grandmother. They removed her from our care over 200 days ago. And I've lived in that house my whole life.
And so that this is what you're talking about is item J on the agenda. This is the house you live in now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I haven't been allowed to be there since the health department placarded it. So I just got some remodelers to send me an invoice to bring it up to code.
This is in my ward. Given that, can we defer this just for 2 weeks and let him work with Chad and his staff and see if those folks can get it up to code, and then see if we need to either strike it or revisit it at that time?
Okay, so we need a motion to defer item AQ1J. For 2 weeks.
Thank you, guys.
I've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item is deferred, and we may need to revisit this again at a future item here too, I believe. They're abandoned. So hang around for a second. Okay. We also have Michael Washington has signed up to speak on this item.
Thank you. I just want to look at one here. Let's see what this is, 1445 Northeast 10th Street look like. I certainly can't talk on something I don't see. Wait a minute, say that again? Oh, is that? Lord have mercy, man. Oh, that's not it? Oh, okay. Oh, there it is. Yeah, oh, man, yeah, that needs to be corrected. Tell them I said it. Yeah, nah, come on, man. Yeah. Ain't no better than that. Need to get that straight. Then, oh, that's 45. I think that's the only one on the northeast side over there. Okay, thank you. Yeah, you need to straighten that out.
Okay, that concludes the people who signed up to speak on item AQ. So now we can look at AQ2, which is the resolution declaring the structures are unsecured except for those previously struck or deferred. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Now we're on 11AR1. This is the public hearing regarding the abandoned buildings here listed, except for those struck at the beginning of the meeting. And I believe,
Yeah,
which
can I
one is it?
motion to
H.
defer item H until 2 weeks?
yes. So we'll defer. There's a motion now to defer item 11AR1H for 2 weeks. Got a motion and a second? Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Thank you for your patience. No one else has signed up to speak, so we'll move to 11AR2, resolution declaring that the buildings are abandoned, except for those struck or deferred. Motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 11AS is a resolution approving the Section 108 loan with the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development in the maximum commitment amount of $11,242,000 to be executed by the city as borrower, payable to the order of the registered holder thereof, et cetera. And we have a presentation.
Yes, so this is the item, this is the Section 108 loan related to the redevelopment of the First National Building. And Wiley Williams, Deputy Municipal Councilor, is here just to give us the summary of what's included in this agreement.
I just have difficulty with this. Council's very familiar with the First National Center project, having had numerous economic development items come before it. And the council has previously received a request from the First National Center folks to request a Section 108 loan from HUD for the hotel component of their project. And then council has approved an amended consolidated action plan requesting HUD to provide the city a Section 108 loan for them to reloan to First National Center. HUD has allowed the amendment to the plan and has agreed to submit a loan or give a loan to the city for reloaning to the First National Center. The resolution before you today does the following. It approves the city entering into the loan agreement with HUD and then making that loan to the First National Center. It authorizes the mayor to execute the loan documents for both loans, and it ratifies the mayor's actions in executing the Form 2880 to HUD, which initiated the process. And the loan will be $11,242,000 plus interest. And the Gary Brooks is here from First National Center if you have any questions of the project developer.
Mayor, I'd move the item forward for approval, please.
Okay. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Gary. 11AT1, resolution approving the request for salary continuation for Corporal William McGowan while he continues to require rehab. I don't believe we need executive session. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. 11AU1, this is the collective bargaining agreement with IAF Local 157 for fiscal year 2021-2022, retroactive to July 1st. executive session is not requested, and just congratulations and thank you. Always a big
Yeah,
task.
Great work by the negotiating teams on both sides, and appreciate Cameron Weems is here, president of IAFF, and Chief Kelly, and all of the negotiating team that worked together to get this done. So really appreciate it. It's good work.
Right. Beautiful picture right there.
They aren't on the same row.
All right, do we have a motion on this? Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Okay, item 11, AV1 is a resolution authorizing the municipal councilor to confess judgment without admitting liability in the case of Quentin Hughes and Sasha Hughes, et cetera, v. City of OKC. Executive session is not requested. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, 11AW1 is a resolution authorizing Spencer Fain LLP, a law firm, to represent and defend city employee Lavetta Breath in the case of Aaron Sanders v. City of OKC. Executive session is not requested. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. AX1, resolution authorizing Spencer Fain, a law firm, to represent and defend city employee Nick Kelly in the case of Aaron Sanders v. City of OKC. Executive session is not requested. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item AY, enter into executive session to discuss collective bargaining negotiations with the FOP and AFSCME. We'll just need to take a vote now, and we'll handle this at the conclusion of our other business. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Similarly, AZ is executive session to receive confidential communications concerning the case of Lucchese v. City of OKC. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. We'll handle that at the conclusion of our other business. And then BA is an executive session to receive confidential communications concerning the case of Derek Swan v. City of OKC. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. And we'll handle that at the conclusion of our other business. All right, 11BB, claims recommended for denial. Item BB1A was previously stricken, so we are just left with item BB1B. Executive session is not requested. We could take a motion. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. 11BC1, claims recommended for approval. Items A through G can be handled with one motion. Executive session is not requested. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. If there is some kind of City Hall record for voting, I think we broke it today. So congratulations, everybody. All right, we are now done voting for the day, but we do have item 12, comments from council. Why don't we mix it up and start at Ward 8?
Can I make one more motion on an ordinance? Just kidding. I don't have anything today. Thank you, Your Honor.
Ward 7.
Yes, I'll be brief. Just wanted to say thank you to the First Americans Museum for the invitation to be a part of Indigenous Peoples Day yesterday and the reading of the proclamation that declared yesterday Indigenous Peoples Day. And I think just the beauty of seeing folks now enjoying the First Americans Museum and the ancestry and history of that specific location, and just again, getting from where we know it had been to now people in it. I think we're all quite excited, and I know just to have the inaugural day of collaboration and commemoration of indigenous people in the land on which they have roamed for many, many, many years. It speaks for itself. So if you have not tried the food there, you should. And also please tour it if you get a chance to do the same. I know with the Memorial Marathon, I just wanted to thank Ms. Watkins for the invitation for myself and Councilwoman Hammond. We handed out medals, and that was our first time ever, my first time, I think for her as well, that we've ever participated and been a part of the marathon itself, let alone to be a part of giving out the medals for those who crossed the finish line. And it helped me to understand how big and how important, I mean, clearly we know the Memorial Marathon is important, but for me to be there and see it, it speaks to why. And the location that it has now moved to, it is a perfect location for this particular type of event to showcase our city in the way that we're able to do that. Fiestas de las Americas turned out to be a beautiful day. And in addition with Danny Trejos, who would have thought? He would have showed up, but he did, and he's much shorter in person, but he was excited, and I know there was an article written about him and his visit to Oklahoma City, and I know the community was more excited to have someone of his stature to be in our city to celebrate and commemorate this particular day and celebration. And then Friday at Scissortail, there was another commemoration day for our Hispanic and Latina communities. So we're excited about Hispanic Heritage Month and the many things that that are happening across our community. Inaugural Placekeepers Minority Developer Conference is happening this Saturday at OSU Discovery. That's going to be from 7:30 in the morning until 12:30. And I know they're having it early because it is Langston Homecoming Week. Dear Langston University, our only HBCU in Oklahoma, my alma mater, and I'm excited that we're gathering safely for homecoming this year. And another thing that I did want to mention, and this had been brought up to me from the Board of Directors at Trice Hill Cemetery, they would like to, and I want to help them with this, looking at deeming this cemetery a historic preservation designation due to the history of this particular cemetery and the folks that are laid to rest in the cemetery as well. And I can count at least 3 generations of my family that reside in the cemetery that are laid to rest. So I would like to start that process so we can ensure that we are deeming this area historic preservation designation. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I won't mention all the events that I ran into Councilwoman Nice at a few weekends ago. Just want to echo her comments on just what a great weekend and all of the, yeah, really great to see so many diverse events happening across the city and highlighting just a lot of the great culture that the city offers and our residents offer to us. The only other thing I have is I had hoped to do this at last council meeting, but I had to leave early for a work event. So I'm a little bit late in this, but I did want to just publicly thank and commend one of our PIO staff who has recently left his position. Michael Kimball has been in the PIO office for a number of years, doing the incredibly thankless and difficult job of responding to people on social media through all the city social media channels, as well as creating a daily news digest that he would send out to city staff and elected officials across the city kind of structure. That was incredibly helpful in just keeping up with how the breadth of what is happening in the city, particularly, you know, seeing what different media outlets are saying and being able to just stay up to date with those conversations, especially if there are things that, you know, they just maybe fly by under our radar, or things that we just don't always have the time to devote as much attention to. So just being able to see, you know, the conversation happening in the community around a lot of the different things happening in the city was always really valuable to me, I know, and I really appreciate him for pulling that together every day. And I think just in general, I just want to commend him for his passion on making government more transparent and accessible to common folks. I think, you know, when I think about the work the PIO office does, I just can't imagine trying to do all of that work with such a small group of staff. And I think particularly for Michael, watching him respond to people on Twitter or Facebook with just a lot of grace, correct information, making sure that people have, you know, the correct information, I think is a lot of heavy lifting on our behalf, because I think it creates a better sense of connection, transparency, accountability, openness to the city, you know, as much as someone might be willing to accept. But you know, just thinking about all of the hours he's probably put into responding to the place none of us want to go and the Facebook comments, to just make sure that people have the most accurate information, responding to comments about road issues or funneling information at the Action Center if the city's tagged on a tweet about something. I mean, just the amount of information that I know he and some of our other PIO staff encounter and have to kind of help maneuver and manage and just get the correct information back to our residents is a huge lift. And I just really appreciate his service to the city and hope that, you know, he'll find, you know, his next steps, but just really just wanted to publicly appreciate all that work. And because it is, I know I wouldn't want to do it, and I really appreciate his service to doing that piece of just making the city more accessible to folks out in the community. So.
Ward 4, Ward 3.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to go back to the resolution that you passed earlier in regards to Domestic Violence Awareness Month. As a domestic violence survivor, I want to make sure everybody knows that there is help available. And you can call 1-800-522-7233 for the YWCA in Oklahoma City, and they will help you out of a bad situation. Their website is ywcaokc.org, and I just want to put that out there for everybody. It's so important. It wasn't something that I knew of at the time, so it's a passion project for me for sure. And then the other thing is to recognize the Oklahoma City Police Department and the National Faith in Blue weekend event that occurred at Brookwood Baptist Church on Sunday. So we had a good turnout, a lot of community involvement, and it was excellent. So that's all I've got today.
Thank you. Ward 2.
Thank you so much. First, I just wanted to send as much love to Sam Bowman's family, my Ward 2 predecessor who passed away a week ago, Monday. And I really want to thank council for approving the resolution honoring his legacy. I really furthermore would like to thank Debbie Martin and any staff who worked with kind of breakneck urgency after some Ward 2 and Ward 4 residents reached out about their good friend Sam to let us know about his declining health. And we were able to get that resolution up for consideration just 1 week before he passed. And to receive a voicemail from Sam where he explained that one of those good friends had moved him in front of that TV so he could see us that day. He could hear the words that you all shared about him. And he really wasn't in good health and you could hear it. I'll save that voicemail till the end. It was, I'm sorry. or I'm not sorry, emotions are emotions. It just means a whole lot to me that Mike Dover, someone who ran in the same election that I did, we should be enemies, we shouldn't like each other, but he was the one who called to request that we do something for Sam. He was the one who called to tell me a week ago, right before Sam's passing, that Sam was in the hospital. And I got to share with him that voicemail, and it was a bit of some closure. He was really worried that Sam wasn't going to get to talk to me right before, that Sam wasn't going to get to hear from you all in that resolution right before, and to know it all worked out. I just cannot thank staff and this council enough. I just cannot. Really, thank you. And just take this time. If there's someone in your life, I don't care who it is, and you love them, just say it. You never know. You just never know. Echoing earlier comments, I want to say Happy Indigenous Peoples Day from yesterday. Same with National Coming Out Day, which was yesterday as well. And on that note, I'd like to congratulate Sisu Youth Services for their recent La Sisu Casino Night. I referenced it at the most recent council meeting, but this was a fundraiser. Remember, Sisu focuses on our youth homelessness in Oklahoma City, and they raised over $43,000 in just one night, and that is commendable, and it's going to be a functional difference in people's lives, our children's lives. And that statistic that we know that 40% of youth homelessness is LGBT kiddos, and knowing that Sisu raised the money they did about a week before this National Coming Out Day, I just want to say to anyone who's watching right now who identifies as lesbian, bisexual, transgender, gay, queer, wherever you are in your journey, maybe wherever you are in terms of that coming out, please don't feel a pressure to be out if it puts your life in danger. You're on your own journey. We are all, as individuals, on our own journey. And I just want you to know that where you are, so long as it is safe, is where you are. And we'll see each other along this journey again one day, I'm sure. I also wanted to thank Councilwoman Nice for inviting me to join her Zubru in Ward 7, same night as Sisu. It was a wonderful back and forth. We took a lift. It was great. It was just a really, really fun event. And then, City Manager, am I wrong? Is October 15th the final day for the public to submit their comments on?
That's correct. I'll have to confirm that, though. I believe it is correct. See if I can find that real quick.
Thank you. Just remember, residents, anyone who's following along, should they be, and other council members, to share with folk that the recommendations from the Law Enforcement Task Force, from the Community Policing Working Group, and from the Human Rights Commission, those recommendations, those draft recommendations, are available on the city's website at okc.gov/government/Law Enforcement Task Force. Should be able to come right up, those recommendations, and you're welcome to please read them. And any things you love, let us know. Any things you don't, also let us know. Any things you have suggestions on, let us know. Make sure you're making your voice heard in this moment. And when City Manager tells us that final date for the public input, we'll add his voice to it. But otherwise, that is what I have. Thank you.
In honor of Ministry Appreciation Month, I just wanted to acknowledge some work of Jed and Julie Chappell with the Oklahoma City Center, based out of War Acres. I got to be a part of a benefit dinner for them a little over a week ago. It was amazing to see what they do with kids after school programs and feeding programs, housing, so on and so forth. They help meet the needs of the community. They provide food, clothing, mentorship, tutors. It's really a great organization. I suggest anybody look into it. I was also able to be a part of another ministry called Maisha, the Maisha Project. I learned about this through a friend of mine, Dr. Brian Frank. He helped actually bring, I believe, Beatrice over, who has now become an Oklahoman, but she is now doing an amazing work in Kenya. And so she has rallied a lot of Oklahomans to go back. I think they're up to 100,000 people that have gone and visited this project just in the last 5 years, and have completely helped transform this village and this area, and are continuing to work. And I got to, like I said, be a part of my first 5K this past weekend with a group called Dignity and Grace, which helps transition women who are coming out of prison. So just been a kind of fun couple weeks, and I wanted to say thank you to all of the people who are involved in all of these different outreaches and what they do to help our community out in this tie-in time. So thank you so much.
Thank you. City Center was definitely one of the inspirations for the youth centers in MAPSPORT. Okay, well, that concludes comments from council, and we have one citizen who has signed up to speak under item 13, citizens to be heard, and that is the very patient Joy Reardon. Well, mostly patient. There was that one time that you lost it, but you spoke for all of us.
Very patient.
I don't have
Mayor,
a...
City Council. How are y'all doing today?
Great.
I wanted to thank y'all for being very patient with Mr. Washington. Thank y'all.
Joy, are you able to pull that mic just a little closer to you, possibly? There.
Okay.
Perfect, thank you.
I got a big enough voice I can be heard.
I know, we want the whole city to hear you, though.
I have a couple items. The one was with the permit for the Red Earth. I don't think the hours or when it started was discussed.
I
Is
believe
there a
it said
revocable permit?
10:30 on our memo, 10:30 a.m.
Okay. I didn't hear the time, so that way everybody knows. The other thing is the scooters are becoming a serious issue for ADA. I've talked to several of the council members about this, but it's beginning to be out of control. If we could at least, and my understanding and other council meetings that I've been to, y'all only get paid just for the permit of them using it. But have you figured out how much they're making that we're not getting in that tax revenue? That we could be getting by taxing or making it a little bit better for the citizens of Oklahoma City and stuff. The other thing is a lot of the sidewalks projects and stuff that y'all are doing are further out than what's inside the city. There's several places within the city that the sidewalks really do need to be fixed. Not just for me as a wheelchair user, people that's limited in sight, limited in the hearing and stuff. A lot of crossings don't have the hearing thing. And what's going to end up happening is y'all going to be going back to federal court in a federal case for ADA. Do you know what we celebrated this year? We celebrated 31 years of ADA law.
30 seconds remaining.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. And from what I'm seeing, a lot of stuff we're building out instead of building in. If we could start talking to these developers about building in instead of constantly building out, taking up agriculture ground and stuff, basically putting money into more into the city than building out. That was my only issues.
Okay.
Couple
Thank you.
more, but that's for another day.
All right. Thank you, Joy.
Thank you. Thank you all for being so patient.
Now, I believe, so Ms. Dawkins, so you signed up on an item that was struck.
Well, I signed up because that's why I need to speak.
Okay, well, this is citizens to be heard.
From here?
What's 3 more minutes? No, please, come to the mic. You wouldn't mind stating your name and address?
My name is April Dawkins. I live at 1316 Northeast 21st Place in Moore, Oklahoma. I am here today because I received a letter on Friday. It was actually dated October 1st, but I got it on Friday out the mailbox to be here today. So that's why I'm here. Then on Monday, which was a holiday, I received a phone call saying Friday. Actually, I received a phone call Friday that not to come. You know, I wouldn't be heard, or this would be stricken or struck or whatever. I don't know what that means. But so I came anyway because I don't trust the process, and that's really sad. I can't trust hearsay because I know a court of law won't hear it. If I miss this date, my case gets dismissed. So I'm supposed to listen to someone call me on the phone now and tell me, oh, you don't need to be here for that. I don't believe it. So I came, I'm here all day long. I missed work for a letter that I received on Friday. Got a phone call on Friday, dated October 1st. We all know that was not Friday.
Okay, well, why don't we cut to the chase? So
I've
your item
already
item was struck, and you're wondering why it was struck and what the future holds? Is that
I'm trying to figure out why I got a letter on Friday with a 2-day turnaround time to be here on Monday.
Okay, I don't know. Well, we've got staff here to address it.
I'm the one that sent you that letter because your claim was originally recommended for denial.
You sent it to me. I got it on Friday. It's dated October 1st.
It was originally recommended for denial because the Public Works Department and the Action Center did not have any prior notice of the existence of a pothole in that particular location that you struck, which the Supreme Court has held that a city can only be held liable
Okay, well, I
if it
thought we
has
was not hearing
constructive
this case
notice.
today. We're
Well,
not
why
hearing
don't we hear what he's got to say?
That's
Finish
why
your
it was
thought.
originally recommended for denial.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when I talked to you over the phone, you told me that there was road construction going on.
Why would I have to tell you that? That's your job. You should already know that.
Okay, let him finish
Yeah,
his thought.
exactly. That's why we're not here for that. I'm just trying to let you know that I received a letter
That's
on
it?
Friday.
You just want to let us know you got a letter on
Because
Friday?
this case is not going to be heard today.
Yeah, I agree.
And I called you to tell you that it wasn't going to be heard today.
Okay, and I should believe that over a letter that clearly
Okay.
says that, hold on now, no,
We
it's
don't-
at
no,
the bottom of
we
the
don't
letter,
need
it
to-
says,
we
at the
got it.
bottom of the letter, it says that he cannot do that. He is not.
All right.
He is not able to make decisions for you all, for the city council. That's what this letter says. So to receive a phone call on Friday
All right.
telling me
He's
not
going to
show
talk
up
to
on
you
Monday
offline.
is
I don't think we
crazy.
all have to be a part of this, and we got 3 executive sessions to handle.
sorry,
So we're
okay,
going to go into executive session. We'll be back after that. He'll be happy to visit with you, I'm sure, from here forward. Thank you. We are back from executive session, and there's no other business, and we are adjourned.